Not a good way to start the day. I'm already cold.
Well, it is cold in here.
Huge document.
I know.
Lots of multiple files.
I'm doing up one of the ones that. Judge, we do have one person in there, but it's way too early for him. There we go. I'm sorry.
I'll get a roll on it.
Let me give you your docket here. I made you cocoa so you could go in.
See, I got breakouts now.
Yeah, I did. Thank you.
Paula, do you see a Caldwell on the docket? Heather Caldwell, are you on? Heather Caldwell.
I don't know if I'm on here.
Heather Caldwell.
That's you, Lexi.
Hello? Hi.
Hello.
Tell them your name.
Alexis Daggerty? No, there's different people in here, Mom.
Daggerty
That's me, yes.
with a D.
Yes.
All right.
Oh my gosh, sorry. I didn't know that. It doesn't have the screen.
What time were you scheduled for?
8:30. Oh.
All right.
Sorry.
Open intoxicants file.
Yes.
All right, this is punishable by up to $500 fines plus court costs and up to 93 days in jail. Do you understand that?
Yes.
All right. You generally understand your rights and options?
I do.
Okay. The prosecutor is not offering any kind of a reduced plea on this. So your option is you can plead guilty to open intoxicants. First of all, did you decide you wanted to go forward today without benefit of an attorney?
I don't. Should I do an attorney? No?
I don't know. Is she gonna go to jail if she doesn't have an attorney?
No, she's not going to jail either way.
Okay, then, yeah, let's just move forward.
Move forward.
If you plead guilty to this though, Heather, this does go on your record as a permanent criminal conviction. Do
Okay.
you have any criminal convictions now?
I have a misdemeanor from 2016, I think.
What was that for?
MIP, minor in
Okay.
possession of alcohol.
Okay. You're in early, so I don't have an attorney available right now, but I will have an attorney that I can let you talk to on Zoom if you want to get advice from an attorney. If not, we can go forward with a guilty plea and sentencing.
Should I just
Your
go
call.
forward?
I don't know. See, I really like the idea of talking to someone and seeing what they say.
I can wait
Then
for an
just
attorney.
hang out. Just hang out. As
Okay.
soon as I've got an attorney available, I'll stick you in a breakout room and you can talk to him.
Awesome. Thank you.
All right. You're welcome.
They're trying to figure out their audio. Good morning. LG Stylo 6. You need to unmute yourself. There you go. Can you give me your name, please, so I can have your name in there when the judge takes your case?
It's Olivia Lloyd.
Lloyd,
Yes, Lloyd.
OYD. Okay, got it. Okay, I've just put your name in, so I'm going to put you back in the waiting room, okay, for just a few minutes. We don't have a, hang on, we're looking, okay. I'm going to put you in there for just a few minutes, okay? Hang on. Good morning. Chris, I need to get your full name so I can have it up for the judge when he's ready to take your case.
Okay, it's Christopher Scott Hotz, Hotts.
Thank you. I'm going to put you back in the waiting room for just a few, okay?
No problem, thank you.
Good morning. Mr. iPhone, can you let me know what, unmute your, yeah, there you go.
Yeah. How you doing? My name is Deshaun Frierson.
I'm sorry, Deshaun what?
Frierson.
Spell it for me, please.
DESHONFRIERSON.
Ryerson. Okay, thank you.
Oh, that's my name, man.
Okay, I'm going to stick you back in the waiting room for just a few minutes, okay?
Okay.
Thank you. Okay.
Good morning, Mr. Patar. You're muted.
I think I learned that by now. Good morning, Judge.
Yeah. Paul is going to put you in a breakout room with Alexis Doherty. Miss Doherty is charged with opening intox. There is no offer.
Okay.
So Paul, if you can put them in a breakout. Just did. Good morning, Mr. Foley.
Morning, Judge. How are you?
Great. I've got Greg Boulahanis. I'm bringing him in. He's got the first file on the docket, Al Ruby. I don't know if he's got his client in his office or not. We're going to find out.
Super.
Good morning, Mr. Boulahanis.
Hey, how you doing?
Great. You're appearing for Ahmed Al Ruby.
And he's here present, Your Honor.
I thought maybe he was. All right, great. Put your appearance on the record if you would.
Good morning, Your Honor. Gregory Boulahanis on behalf of Ahmed Al Ruby.
Kevin Foley on behalf of the people here in Township, Judge.
Good morning, gentlemen. There is a file, or excuse me, there is a plea offer in the file, Mr. Foley, to impaired driving. And the original charge will be dismissed.
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Bolhanis, do you need some time to talk to your client?
Just a moment, but I'm gonna recommend, I've reviewed everything. I do have the discovery. I have all the information. I have discussed it with my client, and I'm gonna recommend that he do the impaired driving plea.
Okay.
But could you just give me a minute so I can explain the plea
Sure.
process?
I'm just gonna mute you so you guys can have a conversation in your office. Paula, do you remember who the next one in was? Was it Lloyd?
Deshaun Frierson, and then I had, oh no, I'm sorry, it was Olivia Lloyd and then Deshaun Frierson.
Where'd she go?
She's about 3 down.
Oh, there she is. Yeah. Good morning, Miss Lloyd.
Good morning.
Miss Lloyd, we've got a misdemeanor file here from March 3, 2020. The charge is assault and battery. Before we talk about that one, it looks like you've got a double parking from 2019 that you owe some money on, $520. Does that sound right?
Yes, I was gonna try and see if because right now I'm not working by my children being in school. So I wanted to see if there's any way I can get on another payment arrangement where I can
Tell
pay
me what you can afford to do on a regular basis, weekly or monthly.
monthly $50 a month. All I receive is unemployment and a social security
Okay.
check for my son.
When could you start that? When could you make the first payment?
Can I make the first payment January 1st, every month on the 1st?
Let's go to January 8th, give you a bit more time.
Okay,
All right, on or before the 8th then.
okay.
All right. Now, as to the misdemeanor, the prosecutor has put an offer in the file. If you plead guilty to this charge, the prosecutor is willing to do a delayed sentence, which means that for 12 months, you'd have to do what I tell you to do. Stay out of trouble, no new criminal offenses, pay court costs. At the end of 12 months, as long as there weren't any problems, then the charge would be dismissed. It would not stay on your record as a criminal conviction. Do you understand that charge and the offer from the prosecution?
Yes, but
Okay.
can I say?
Not yet. I've got one more question for you. Are you prepared today to go forward without the advice of an attorney, or would you like to speak to an attorney today?
I want to speak to an attorney because I
Okay.
explained to him I'm going through another case with the same person.
Okay, stop. You don't have to tell me. You can just talk to your attorney. Okay. So I'm going to put you in the waiting room. Mr. Batara is our attorney today. So we're going to take care of some other business with him, and then we'll put him in a breakout room with you.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Mr. Batara, did you hear that?
I see that she's charged with A and B, Judge, and is it that there's no offer?
The offer is a delayed sentence, 12 months. She's got a story. There's some paperwork in the file. She's got a story. There's another case in another community where, if I understand correctly, the CV on this case was the defendant in that case. So there's a little bit of confusion going on there. Mr. Balanis, are you ready?
Yes, we're ready to proceed, Your Honor.
All right. And then Mr. Batar, actually, Paula, why don't you put Mr. Batar in a breakout with Miss Lloyd, and then we'll take care of Miss Doherty and when Mr. Batar comes back. Miss Doherty, just hang out with us.
Sure.
And Mr. El Ruby, am I saying your name correctly?
Yes.
All right. You're going to plead guilty to the added charge, correct?
Yes.
You understand that charge, the possible penalty for it?
Yes.
And you've discussed your rights and options with counsel. You understand those?
Yes.
Okay. Did you, on June 16, 2020, operate a vehicle in Huron Township?
Yes.
Prior to operating that vehicle that day, sir, did you consume some alcoholic beverages?
Yes.
And did you take a breath or blood test?
Blood test, Your Honor.
Would you stipulate?
We'll stipulate to the results, Your Honor.
And those results were 08 or more?
I believe so, yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. You
And it
satisfied
affected
with
his,
the,
I'm
Go ahead.
sorry, Your Honor, it affected his ability to operate the vehicle as well.
are you satisfied with the plea?
Yes,
All right, so am I. I'll accept the plea. I'll dismiss the original charge. Sir, is your address on Rush Street a good address?
Mr. Alarubi, can you tell me your address?
Yeah, the address is 28978 Rush Street, Garden City.
Do you have a phone number I can put on the file?
Yes, 313-455-4676.
How about an email address, sir?
Yeah, my last name Al-Rubi, then my first name Ahmad @gmail.com.
I love those
.com.
email ones.
Yeah.
All right, so here's what we're gonna do. You're gonna hear from my probation department. They're gonna schedule for you to be interviewed like this on Zoom. Based on that interview, they're gonna put together a report and recommendation for sentencing. Mr. Bohannes will get a copy of that so you two can discuss it. I'll get a copy of that, and then the three of us will get together again for a sentencing date. You understand all that?
Yeah, yes.
All right, I'm gonna put you on a personal bond in the meantime. 2 conditions. Number 1, I do not want you to purchase, possess, or consume any mood-altering substance unless you've got a doctor's prescription. And number 2, you need to cooperate with our probation department so we can get this file moving along. Any questions?
No, Your Honor, I'd just like to say very briefly that Mr. Alarubi is doing AA Zoom meetings twice a week, and
Awesome.
he's already seeing a counselor.
Beautiful.
So
Beautiful.
twice a month. So
Beautiful.
I've got them all
Yep.
kind of in line.
Yep. And sir, you're gonna share all that with the probation department when you talk to them.
Yeah.
Raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or
Raise your right
affirm?
hand.
Do you swear or affirm and acknowledge the debt payable to the court in the amount of $1,000 if you mess up on that bond?
I do.
All right, any questions, gentlemen?
No, Your Honor.
Have a good day.
Thank you. Have a great day. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, guys.
You as well. Mr. Batar, we're gonna bring back Ms.
Judge,
Doherty.
Miss Lloyd never made it into the breakout room. I was there by myself.
Okay,
It shows her in there.
Breakout room 1 or 2. All I have is
2.
number 2.
well, let's take care of Doherty right now, Paula.
All right, she should be popping back in right now.
All right, Mr. Batar, your appearance on behalf of Ms. Doherty.
Good morning, Your Honor. Daniel Batar on behalf of Miss Doherty. Miss Doherty, could you unmute yourself, please?
There you go.
All right, Mr.
Judge,
Batar.
I've had a chance to talk to Miss Doherty. Can we get one more pretrial, please, Judge?
Sure. Paul, do you have one?
Hang on one second and I'll give you that.
Miss Doherty, while we're waiting for a date, I've got your address on Waddell Street. Is that good?
Yes, that's correct.
670-7865, a good phone number?
Yep.
All right.
Judge, for the next quarter, it's going to be before Judge Martin on January 14th. She's doing the Huron the next quarter.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna put Miss Doherty on a personal bond. Miss Doherty, raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm and acknowledge the debt payable to the court in the amount of $1,000 if you don't show up for the Zoom on January 14th?
Yes.
All right, any questions for myself or Mr. Batar?
What time on January 14th?
You'll get a notice in the mail that will have the actual time.
Okay.
All right?
Sounds good. Thank you.
Miss Doherty, I'll be in contact with you, okay?
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, Paula, let's get Dan back in with Lloyd. Mr. Foley, I'm trying to bring in Radu Simpan, Cimpan. He was in the waiting room when very early this morning, but when I tried to bring him in, I couldn't get audio. Simpan. And still no audio. All right, let's talk to Deshaun Frierson. Good morning, Mr. Frierson. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I've got a file with your name on it from February 6, 2016, registration or plate violation, a misdemeanor. The prosecutor has put a plea offer in this file. If you plead responsible to double parking, the prosecutor has asked me to dismiss the misdemeanor. Fines and costs would be $200. Do you understand that offer, sir?
Yes.
Got enough information to make a decision, or you need some more info?
Yeah, I'll take the offer.
All right. I'll accept your plea of responsible to the double parking, fines and costs $200. I can give you a due date, or we can set you up with a payment plan like weekly or monthly payments.
All right. How long would a due date be?
You tell me what you need, and I'll tell you if that's too long.
Can you give me 30 days?
Oh, sure. Yeah. All right. Before I let you go, I want to confirm some information. Phone number for you, 608-4243.
No.
New one?
Yes.
Go ahead.
313-682-7103.
And address on Burt Road, a good one?
Yes.
Okay. Any questions?
So all I owe is just $200?
Just $200. Get it paid within the next 30 days.
Okay. Well, I can do it online or come up to the courthouse?
You can, you can do it online, but if you do, we're going to charge you extra fees because we have a third-party vendor that processes the payments on our website. You can come to the court and drop payment in our Dropbox 24/7, or you can do a face-to-face transaction with us Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 2 p.m.
Okay.
Got all that? You're welcome.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right.
Christopher Hotz is next, Judge.
Let me see if I can get Simpan going.
There he is.
Mr. Simpan, you got audio.
Hello, hello.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Sir, I've got 3 files with your name on them from October 10, 2020. We've got a drove while license suspended, revoked, or denied. Second offense misdemeanor, punishable by up to $1,000 fines plus court costs, up to 1 year in jail. I've got an open intoxicants in a motor vehicle misdemeanor, up to 93 days in jail, up to $500 fines plus court costs. The third file is a civil infraction, no proof of insurance. The prosecutor on this file has made an offer and placed it in your file. If you plead guilty to drove while license suspended, revoked, or denied first offense, all 3 of the original charges would be dismissed. First offense would be punishable by up to 93 days in jail, up to $500 fines plus court costs, and 2 points would go on your record with Secretary of State. Do you understand the offer made and the possible penalties?
Yes,
And generally speaking, you understand your rights and options?
I do.
Are you prepared to go forward today without benefit of an attorney?
I would like to talk to an attorney.
Okay, I can put you in a breakout room in a few minutes so you can talk to one.
Okay, thank you.
Paula, who's next?
Christopher Hotz, Hotts.
Yeah, bring him in. Good morning, Mr. Hotz. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Hotz, I've got a file here from August 2nd, 2020. Operating while intoxicated, punishable by up to 93 days in jail, up to $500 fines plus court costs. I've also got an offer in the file that's been made by the prosecutor for Huron Township. If you plead guilty to the added charge of impaired driving, The prosecutor has asked me to accept your plea and dismiss the original charge of intoxicated driving. Impaired driving is up to $300 fines plus court costs, up to 93 days in jail. License sanctions are a little bit less. Do you understand the offer, sir?
Yes, sir.
And do you have enough information to make a decision on that offer?
Yes, I'm not going to take it. Not guilty. Not guilty. I'm not taking it.
All right. So you want to set this case for trial, Mr. Hotz?
Yes, sir.
All right. I just note that you've got an attorney on the file, Jonathan Jones. Have you talked to Mr. Jones?
Yes, he's supposed to be here. I don't know where he's at.
Okay. Well, why don't we wait for Mr. Jones?
Actually,
Okay.
he just popped into the waiting room.
Bring him in. Be right with you, Mr. Batari, Ms. Lloyd. Actually, Paula, put Mr. Batari in a breakout room so you can talk to Mr. Simpan. Dan, Mr. Simpan has no proof of insurance, civil infraction, drove while license suspended second, and open intox. The plea offer was DWLS 1 and the original 3 dismissed.
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Jones, you're making me dizzy. You're sideways.
Well, I like to mix it up, Your Honor. You know that.
I know that.
It's great to see you. How are you?
Well, thank you. Very
Yeah.
well.
So
Yep.
Judge Green told me that she has an imaginary friend named Heather who helps her and she's not really isolated. Do you have an imaginary friend too?
I'm in court every day.
I'm
Are you
his
really?
friend,
Yeah.
Jonathan.
Hi, honey. It's so great to hear your voice. All right. So, my guy, we got to do a little bit more research. It's an operating under the influence, but it's not alcohol. It's
Yep.
a drug
Yeah.
situation.
Let me
Scripts.
stop you, Mr. Jones. Put your appearance on record first.
Oh, I'm sorry. Jonathan Jones appearing on behalf of Mr. Hotz. What we'd like to do is I'd like to get another pretrial towards the end of January so I can finish
Okay.
my research. I don't want to set it for trial, not really knowing what's going to happen. And
No
I don't know
problem.
what's going on with you guys, but per Judge Kenny, I guess their hope for trials is now the week of March 15th, please God. So hopefully we can work something out with Mr. Robinette's
Okay.
office between now and then.
All right, Paul, what was that January date? Paul, a January pretrial date?
The 14th, Judge.
Thank you, Mr. Foley.
I'm sorry, I was on the phone with Murray Duncan.
All right. So, Mr. Jones, that's January 14th. The time will be determined by the clerks. They'll send out a notice.
Okay. That's
I
good.
do want
Please
to, I
stay
do want to,
safe.
hold on. I want to confirm some information from Mr. Hotz and put him on a bond. Mr. Hotz, Lakeview
Okay.
Boulevard, apartment 9115, good?
Yes.
Phone number 300-5917.
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Jones, I'm inclined to a personal bond with a no mood altering without script.
Yeah, just so I do want the record reflect, and that's why I raised it, that the drugs in question are scripts, and I tendered that to the city attorney's office just so they had it as well.
Fine.
Okay.
Thanks.
Awesome.
Mr. Hotz, raise your right hand for me, please. Sir, do you swear or affirm and acknowledge the debt payable to the court in the amount of $1,000 if you violate bond? Bond condition number 1, you cooperate with counsel so we can have a meaningful court date on the 14th of January. Condition 2, no mood altering substance unless you've got a doctor's prescription.
Understand.
Awesome. We're all set then. Stay healthy, gentlemen.
That's
Right.
it.
Judge,
That's it.
Paula, please stay safe. Have a wonderful holiday. Love to both. See you.
You as well.
Thank you.
All right. Who you want to bring in next?
Richard Dover Jackson.
All right. Then probably John Chapman's been around unless we get Dan Batar ready.
Let me see if yeah, he is the next one. Chapman
Yeah, he's
is.
been in early. Mr. Dover Jackson, can you hear me?
He's not connected to the.
Put him in the waiting room again.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Batar, you ready on Lloyd?
I'm ready on Lloyd, but Simpan, the breakout room ended too early. We were in the middle of talking.
Oh, okay, we can send you back in.
Thank you.
You
Paula?
want to handle Olivia first or send her in?
Sure, let's take care of Miss Lloyd if you don't mind.
Sure.
What are we doing?
Daniel Batar on behalf of Miss Lloyd, Your Honor. Judge, I'm going to need discovery in this case. Mr. Foley, I don't know if you have a report there. If there's not a discovery order entered, I'll need that entered by the court.
I have a report, Judge. We can send it to Mr. Bitar.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Mr. Foley. So we just need another date, Judge.
All right, January 14th. Time will be
Judge,
determined by the clerks who will send out the notice.
Judge, I hate to say this, but the 14th, I already have a few other things that are scheduled at Frank Murphy. I know you're using that date. Is there any way we could use a different date that's better for me?
Probably not.
That'll be Judge Martin, January 28th.
All right, then why? All right, what, she doing them all in January?
For the first quarter.
Okay. 28th work, Dan?
I got Judge Green's docket that day, but I'll figure it out. 28th is fine.
Okay. All right, and I don't think Miss Lloyd has ever had a bond on this.
Actually, Mr. Bitar, I don't show that Judge Green has a docket that day.
Okay, I'll double check, but
She just handed me a revised calendar yesterday afternoon.
Okay.
Mariah did.
Okay.
It might have been scheduled with Judge Green. It might now be on Judge Martin's.
Oh, I get it. Okay. Well, that would be perfect then. 28th is great then.
Yeah. What should I know before I set bond?
Judge, there's a lot going on with this case. There is that
Sounds
other
like
incident that's involved regarding the same complainant where he's a defendant in another case. She understands she has to come back to court, Judge. She'll be present at all hearings. We're just asking you to give her a personal bond.
All right. Any reason why we shouldn't do a no contact?
No, Judge. I don't think Miss Lloyd would have any issue with that anyways.
All right.
Miss Lloyd, you can't have any contact with the complainant. Do you understand that?
Yes, I understand.
Ma'am, I mean no contact, no social media contacts, no, don't send him a Christmas card. You run into Taco Bell, you're eating at Burger King, don't have your friends check on him, no contact. He does not exist. He calls you and begs you to meet for Christmas coffee and work these differences out. He can't change the order, only myself or another judge.
That's fine.
All right, raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm and acknowledge the debt payable to the court in the amount of $1,000 if you violate bond?
Yes.
Any questions for myself or Mr. Bitar?
No.
All right, good luck, ma'am. Paula, if you'd put Dan back in with Mr. Simpan. I'm going to bring Chapman in. Paula, we just had an attorney come in, Patrick McFadden.
Yeah, his client has not checked in yet, Judge.
Yeah,
It's
we'll bring the attorney in to see if maybe he's got the client. Let's take care of Chapman if we can get him connected.
Okay.
Which defendant does Patrick McFadden have?
Brar, B-R-A-R, and that's
Thank
at
you.
9 o'clock.
Mr. Chapman, are you there?
He's not connected, Judge.
Out he goes.
Okay. And I'll bring in Mr. McFadden.
Please.
Oops.
Counsel, are you there or do we lose you?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm trying to get my video working.
All right, counsel, do you happen to have your client with you or are you
Judge, I don't, it turns out he speaks Punjabi. I've been working with his daughter. If we can get it to some civil infractions or, I wanted to talk to the prosecutor about it ahead of time.
Okay.
See if I can resolve it.
All right. Mr. Foley, you want me to put you two gentlemen in a breakout?
That's fine, Judge.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. Paul, you got that? Thank you.
Hey, Judge, can you hear me?
I can. You're connected. Good morning.
Oh, good morning.
All right. Mr. Dover Jackson, I've got 2 civil infractions, impeding traffic and no proof of insurance, and a misdemeanor drove while license suspended, revoked, or denied file. Are you prepared to go forward today without talking to an attorney, or would you like to speak to an attorney first?
I'm prepared to go without attorney.
All right. The prosecutors made an offer. If you plead guilty to the added charge of fail to display a valid license, which is generally referred to as no ops, that is punishable by up to 90 days in jail, up to $500 fines plus court costs. But if you plead guilty to that charge, the prosecutors asked me to dismiss all 3 of the original charges. That'd be both civil infractions and the 93-day drove while license suspended, revoked, or denied. Do you understand the offer, sir?
Yes, sir.
Do you have enough information to make a decision on that offer, or do you need more information?
Can you just give me a little bit more?
Ask a question. I'll try to answer it.
Okay, and you said if I agree to that, he'll drop the other charges. So what will I have to do if I agree to it?
Well, there'll be fines and costs. I'll issue fines and costs.
Okay.
And we'll talk about a payment plan.
Okay, then yeah. Okay, yeah, we can do that if you allow that.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Understand though, the no valid operator's license person will go on your record with Secretary of State on your driving record. It also goes on your criminal history as a misdemeanor. When it goes on your traffic record, Secretary of State may increase the suspension period that you were under. You understand that?
Yes, sir. I had got a letter in the mail and they told me how much it was to renew my license.
Okay. I'm just warning you that they may resuspend you. They may increase that suspension period.
Okay.
All right.
Yes,
okay.
sir.
So you want to go forward with that then?
Yes, sir.
All right. On May 29, 2020, did you drive a vehicle in Huron Township while your license was suspended, revoked, or denied?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'll accept your plea to the added charge, and I'll dismiss all the original charges in keeping with the agreement with the prosecutor's office.
Okay.
Your address on South Plaza Drive, a good one?
Yes, sir.
And I've got a phone number, 728-2355.
Yes, sir.
Are you working, Mr. Dover Jackson?
No, sir. No.
When's the last time you had a job?
Got laid off. It was from my direct care job. I started working for them like around May time.
Okay. All right. Is there anything you want me to know about your situation before I set the terms on this file? Your sentencing?
No, sir, not at the moment.
All right. Looks like you're already on a payment plan with us for $40 a month.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I pay this month as well too.
All right. I'm going to suggest you got to stop driving because you can't afford to drive.
What if it's driving?
I mean, you keep getting caught and you're going to have trouble getting out from under all this money.
Yes, sir.
All right. So let's stay off the road till you can get your license straight.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Dover Jackson, on this file, your fines and costs are $500. We're just going to add it to the payment plan you've already got.
Okay.
Any questions?
You said it could go on my driving record. How many points will I have?
No points. This no operator's license on person charge doesn't have any points.
Okay.
So that's not gonna cause you a point problem.
Okay.
Okay. Any questions?
No, sir.
All right. Just keep making your payments, brother.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Stay healthy. You're welcome. We lost Mr. Bitar and Mr. McVadden. Oh, there's Mr. Bitar. Mr. Bitar, are you ready on Simpan?
Yes, Judge.
All right. Your appearance for Mr. Simpan.
Daniel Batar, on behalf of Mr. Simpan, Your Honor, he's going to take advantage of the offer, plead guilty to driving while license suspended first. The original charges will be dismissed, Judge.
All right, Mr. Simpan, you understand your rights and options after discussing those with counsel?
Yes, sir.
And you understand the possible penalty for the added charge?
Yes, sir.
Understanding all of that, are you pleading guilty to that charge freely and voluntarily today?
Yes, sir.
Sir, did you drive a vehicle on October 10, 2020 in Huron Township?
Yes, sir.
And at that time, was your license suspended, revoked, or denied?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Batar, are you satisfied?
Satisfied, Your Honor.
So am I. Mr. Simpan, I've got your address on Lafayette. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And do you have a phone number that I can put on the file?
Yes, it's 985-201-0503.
And are you working, sir?
No, I just lost my job at the beginning of the month. Last month, sorry.
Where were you working?
Champion Foods.
All right. Is there anything else I should consider before I set the terms of sentence?
No, sir.
All right. Mr. Simpan, on this file, your fines and costs total $600. I can give you a due date or I can set you up with a payment plan, regular, weekly, bi-weekly, or monthly payments.
We'll do the payment plan because the only way I'm going to be able to do it is off my, I got my unemployment, which just approved.
How often, how much, when can you start?
Unemployment every 2 weeks, and I think it's $362 a week. And so I would pay bi-weekly.
How much can you give us?
What is the minimum and I mean the maximum?
Can you do 50, can you do 50 every 2 weeks?
Yeah, I can do that.
All right. When can you make your first one?
My next certification date would be on the 24th, and I think 2 days after you certify, they pay you. So like the 26th.
I'm going to give you until January 8th. Anytime on or before the 8th will keep you in good standing.
Okay, so every month on the 8th or every month?
Well, you want to make monthly payments or you want to make payments every 2 weeks?
I'm sorry, bi-weekly. Sorry.
I don't care either way.
No, I'll do bi-weekly.
Okay.
It's better. It's better that way.
All right. All right. Any questions?
No, sir.
Good luck.
Thank you. You too.
You're welcome. Are we ready on bar?
We are, Your Honor.
Tell me what we're doing, gentlemen.
Okay, yeah, I had a discussion with the prosecutor, Your Honor. It looks like he's willing to amend the, we're going to dismiss count 1, and he's willing to amend count 2 to a failing to report an accident, a 0-point violation. I'm sorry, Judge, I have a special needs child here. Give me 1 second.
No, you're all right. So, Mr. Foley,
I'm back.
That was quick. So we're going to take the failed to stop or identify down to a failed to report.
That's correct, Judge.
And what are we doing with the railroad crossing, civil
We're gonna
infraction?
dismiss that, Judge.
All right.
Judge, that is acceptable. I have authority to enter into that on my client's behalf, and I do so. We understand our right to a formal hearing and waive it.
Thank you. Council fines and costs are $200. How much time do we need
Judge,
to get?
he's from Canada. Can we get about 30 days?
Sure.
You said 200?
200. Gave him the Christmas discount.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, council, enjoy your day.
Yeah, you too. Stay safe, everybody. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Yep.
Paula, let's
We
try
have-
Chapman again if we can.
Okay.
I don't know where he went. There he is.
He's not connected yet. Here he is.
Hello?
Mr. Chapman, are you connected?
Yes, I am.
Good morning.
Good morning.
We've got a file with your name on it from August 21, 2020. Misdemeanor charge of fail to stop or identify after a property damage accident. That is punishable by up to 93 days in jail, up to $500 fines plus court costs. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. The prosecutor has made an offer. I'm assuming on this one, Mr. Foley, it's failed to report a misdemeanor?
That would be the civil. Yeah, it is a misdemeanor, Judge. It's no points.
All right. The offer is failed to report an accident, 0 points, still up to 90 days in jail, up to $500 fines plus court costs. Do you understand the offer from the prosecutor?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you have enough information to make a decision on that offer?
Yes, Your Honor, I do.
All right. I'm having trouble hearing you, Mr. Chapman. What do you want to do?
I'll plead guilty.
All right. On August 21, 2020, were you involved in a motor vehicle accident in Huron Township?
Yes, Your Honor.
And did you fail to report that accident as required by law?
I did pass my business card on the hood of the car. I waited for a while.
All right, Mr. Chapman, I can't hear you.
I passed my business card on the hood of the car, and then I waited for a few minutes, and then I drove off.
Gotcha. Business card. Gotcha. Okay. I can accept your plea, sir. I'll dismiss the original charge. Mr. Foley, I've got a little bit of a problem because the plea offer says my probation department is going to contact for restitution. We have no information about who to contact.
We will follow up with that, Judge, because I have no idea either. I'm not sure.
Okay. Thank you. So, Mr. Chapman, I've got your address on Ellis Street. Is that a good one?
Yes, Your Honor, it is.
All right. And can I have a phone number for you to put on the file?
734-740-3515.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome here. Am I done?
Not yet. I still have to sentence you. All right, Mr. Chapman, is there anything you want me to consider before I set the terms of your sentence?
Well, it was a long walk up to the door. And, I did not leave for a while, and it was not my intention to flee the scene of the crime without notifying them. And just, I was unable to do so at the time.
All right, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to issue fines and costs of $200. I'm going to leave the restitution amount open. So if the prosecutor contacts the other party and finds out that there's a claim for restitution, we'll contact you and we'll talk about it then. Understood?
Yes, sir.
When can you pay the $200, sir? Do you need a payment plan or a due date? Mr. Chapman, on the $200 fines and costs, you want a due date or a payment plan?
I just you cut out there. Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
You keep breaking in and out.
Yeah, I assessed fines and costs of $200. I want to know if you want a due date to pay that or if you want a payment plan set up.
Just give me a due date.
How much time do you need?
None.
How much time, sir?
I can pay it now.
All right, I'll give you till Friday this week at 2 p.m. You can pay it in person from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. You can drop it in the Dropbox 24/7. Does that help?
Well, I'll just pay it online.
Okay, that'll work. Thank you.
Am I done?
You're all set.
Bye.
Judge, I'm going to bring in Mindy Davis next. That's Murray Duncan's client. I believe.
Davis?
Yeah, I'm bringing her in. I believe she's at his office.
Thank you.
Hello.
I'll send her a chat.
Well, we need Mr. Duncan too.
Yeah, I
doubt-
thought he was going to be at his office with her. He called.
Yeah, looks like she's in a car. Bringing Mr. Riska in, Cody Riska.
Okay. Miss Davis is connected. Miss Davis, is Mr. Duncan there with you?
He's on his way. There was confusion. He thought I was going to do this from home, but I was having a hard time figuring it out.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm going to put you back in the waiting room until Mr. Duncan shows up. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sir, do you pronounce your name Riska?
Yes, sir.
Good morning. I've got two files here from October 8 and October 15. Both charges of assault and battery. Both or each of those charges is punishable by up to $500 fines plus court costs, each one up to 93 days in jail. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Sir, are you prepared to go forward today without the advice of an attorney?
Yes, sir.
All right. The prosecutor has offered on this file, if you plead guilty to one charge, the October 8 charge, then the prosecutor has asked me to dismiss the October 15 charge. Do you understand that offer and the option or the possible penalty for it?
Yes, sir.
And generally speaking, you understand your rights and options?
Yes, sir.
You have enough information to make a decision on that plea offer?
Yes, sir.
What do you want to do?
Plead guilty.
All right. On October 8, 2020, tell me what happens that makes you think you're guilty.
I forgot. Well, can you remind me what the 8th was? Was the 8th the fight with me and Brian?
Let me tell you what I got. Don't have that. What I do have is that it took place at 22039 Du Bois, and it happened at about 7 o'clock at night.
Yeah, okay.
Bells?
I remember what it was.
Okay.
It was my girlfriend's birthday party, and we went to my mom's house to have drinks. When I walked in, Michaela, Brian Barry's daughter, her shoes were in the middle of the floor. I stepped on them, rolled my ankle, and actually fell. So when I told her to pick up her shoes, she got mad and like threw a fit because she didn't want to pick up her shoes. She was watching TV at the time. So I told her if she didn't listen, she could go in the corner. And that's as soon as I walked in, I told her, if you don't listen, you could go in the corner. So my brother, my older brother, Brandon, he got mad and started a fight with me because I literally just showed up and I shouldn't be disciplining her when I just walked in the door and I fell over her shoes. Her shoes shouldn't be in the middle of the living room. They should be in the shoebox. So I told her to put them away. When she didn't put them away, she started throwing a fit. I told her to sit in the corner. And he called my uncle saying that I ripped her off my mom's bed, put her in the corner, and then smacked her hand. And when my uncle showed up, he didn't give any thought about it. He started pushing me, and I started defending myself.
All right. So your uncle is Brian Barn?
Brian Barry.
Barry. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So you put your hands on him, but only in self-defense. Is that what you're telling me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I cannot accept the guilty plea to that charge then. All right.
Okay.
I can set it for trial, or I can let you talk to an attorney and see if the attorney can help you resolve it.
Okay. You want me to talk to an attorney today?
Well, there's one available today.
Judge.
Would I?
He's in the Zoom meeting right now, just waiting for somebody to talk to.
Okay, that's fine.
Judge, Brian Barry also has a case up today at 8:40.
Okay. Thank you. All right, so put Mr. Riska and Mr. Batar in a breakout.
Hello.
Mr. Riska, just give us a minute. We'll talk privately in a second, okay?
Okay.
Mr. Foley, I'm bringing Mr. Snyder in. Mr. Snyder, can you hear me?
I just asked him to unmute. Oh, there he is.
Yes.
Good morning, Mr. Snyder.
Good morning.
Mr. Snyder, I've got two files here with your name on them. From September 9, 2016, I've got a drove left of center. That's a civil infraction. That's in default with $394 due. Also from that date in 2016, I've got a misdemeanor drove while license suspended, revoked, or denied. The misdemeanor carries a possible penalty of up to 93 days in jail, up to $500 fines, plus court costs. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
All right. Sir, are you prepared to go forward today without speaking to an attorney?
Yes, sir.
All right. There is no offer on this file from the prosecution. So you're off. The options on the drove while license suspended, you can plead guilty or we can set it for trial. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
What do you want to do, sir?
I'll go ahead and plead guilty.
Understand if I accept a guilty plea from you on that charge, it will go on your record with Secretary of State. They'll probably resuspend you. They'll likely give you 2 points, and that goes on your record as part of your criminal conviction record. You understand all that?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Judge, I'm sorry. There's a little confusion on this. It shows Caitlin Foley Carter as the attorney on it, on the docket.
Not on the file.
Yeah, I can guarantee she's not defense counsel.
Yeah. They probably just put it in the wrong spot, but I'll make sure that that gets corrected.
So, Mr. Snyder, I don't know where I was at.
He accepted the guilty plea.
Do you understand the possible penalty for the charge, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right. On September 9, 2016, did you drive a vehicle in Huron Township?
Yeah, I was driving a commercial truck.
Okay. And at
Make
that time, was your
deliveries.
license suspended, revoked, or denied?
Not that I knew of, no.
Well, did you find out
After,
that day that it was?
yes, after
Okay.
that day that I got the ticket that I found out.
All right. And I'll accept your plea. Are you still living on Williams Road in Columbus?
Yes, sir.
And do you have a phone number we can put on the file?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
614-929-9701.
Thank you. Is there anything you'd like me to know, sir, before I set the terms of your sentence on this file?
I didn't know that my license was suspended as far as that one goes, and the one where I didn't know you weren't allowed to be in the far left lane in a bigger truck, and I was just in that lane to get out of avoid an accident. There was a small car merging at the time, and to get away from it.
All right, sir, you're about 4 years late to give me an explanation on that civil infraction. That's been in default for a long time.
Right, yeah, because I lost my job and everything, my house,
Are you working now?
I am now.
Good. You back driving?
No,
Okay. All right.
I work security, so I've already paid one of my tickets that I had from there with that. These I just need to get totals that I could
Sure.
complete them.
Okay. All right. On the misdemeanor file, the total on the file is 600. On the left of center, there's a total of 394. So the grand total is 994. I can set you up with a payment plan. We can do weekly, bi-weekly, or monthly, whatever works best for you.
Yeah, I need to figure out how to pay that, but yeah, I'll definitely make sure I can get that paid as soon as possible.
Can you make some kind of a minimum monthly payment? We'll always take extra money.
I don't know exactly how much.
Well, I can't set up a payment plan unless you make a commitment.
100 for right now.
You
Would
tell
that be-
me, are you sure you can do $100?
Yeah.
Then that's fine. Like I
But
said,
I'll-
just set up some minimum that you know you can do that, and then we'll always
Yeah.
take extra money.
Yeah, I can do that.
All right, when can you start?
2 weeks from tomorrow. I get paid tomorrow, but it's a short check, so
I'm going to give you until the 8th.
okay.
On or before January 8th. Do you have any questions, sir?
No, sir.
All right. Good luck to you.
I'm just glad to get it taken care of.
Glad we could help. Enjoy your day.
Thank you. Have you too.
Thank you. Mr. Batar on Riska.
Yes, Judge. Daniel Batar on behalf of Mr. Riska. Judge, I'm going to need the police reports. I think we said these were two different incidents, one on October 8th, one on October 15th. Is that correct, Judge?
Correct.
Mr. Foley, you have reports for those?
I do.
If you could get those to me, I'd appreciate it. Can we just come back on January 28th, Judge?
Is that the one we already gave you?
Yes, Judge.
Yeah. Yeah. Mr. Riska, that work for you?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'm going to put you on a personal bond. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm and acknowledge the debt payable to the court in the amount of $1,000 on both of these files for a total of $2,000 if you mess up on bond?
Yes.
The way you mess up is if you don't cooperate with the attorney so we can accomplish something on January 28th.
Yes, sir.
Understood?
Yes, sir.
All right, you can put your hand down, you're all set. You'll get a notice that gives you the actual time for that January 28th pretrial.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Riska, that phone number that ends in 9547 is your number and you're going to keep that number, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. I'll be in contact with you.
Judge, next is Daniel Gwess. I'll bring her in. It's GWESS.
Am I good to go?
You're all set. You can take off. Have a nice day.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Ms. Gwess, are you muted?
I'm here. Hi.
Good morning.
Well, good morning.
Ma'am, I've got a file from February 14, 2020. The charges drove while license suspended, revoked, or denied. That is a misdemeanor, carries a possible penalty of up to $500 fines plus court costs and up to 93 days in jail. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Did you read your rights or did you understand your rights? Options those rights give you?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So the prosecutors made an offer on this file. If you plead guilty to the added charge of fail to display a valid license, then the misdemeanor drove while license suspended would be dismissed. The fail to display a valid license is still a misdemeanor. It does not have points on your driving record like the drove while license suspended does, but it is punishable by up to 90 days in jail, up to $500 fines plus court costs. Do you understand the offer that's been presented by the prosecution?
Yes.
And understanding all of that, how do you do you have enough information to make a decision?
Yeah, I will take that deal.
You want to take the plea? Did you drive on February 14, 2020 in Huron Township?
I did.
And at that time, did you have a license to show the officer that stopped you?
I did not.
I'll accept your plea to the added charge, dismiss the original one. I've got your address on Verdun.
Yes.
Is that a good address?
Yes, sir.
And phone number 818-7912?
Yes.
Awesome. And are you working?
I am not. I do school full time with my kids and my husband works, so.
Okay. All right, there's no, yeah, there's no suspension or anything on that one though, right? All right.
Am I able to get my license back fully? Because
I'm just looking at that.
okay, because
Paula,
I
hold on
thought
a
I
minute, ma'am.
had it
Hold
back.
on, ma'am.
Sorry.
Paula, check. It looks like she might also
There is
on something
another
else.
clearance that she owes on a DWS
Yes.
from 2018. She just owes the 45.
Yeah, but she's got two of those. She looks like she's got a 2000s from the same incident date and no proof of insurance as well.
I only show one.
Ma'am, did you
Everything
pay
else
second?
shows-
Did you pay any clearance fees since December 2nd?
Tuesday I paid off $259. I don't know if there's a clearance in that.
Okay, that's probably the no proof of insurance ticket.
Yes, it was. I believe so.
Okay, all right. All right, so I've got a printout from Secretary of State that's dated from the 2nd of December, so that's outdated. So what I'm going to suggest we do, I'm going to go ahead and set aside the handicap parking ticket that came out of the February 14th, 2020 date. So let's talk about the sentencing on the no valid operator's license. Anything you want me to consider before I set the terms of sentence on that one?
Wait, the one that we just went through, right?
Yeah, the one that you just pled guilty to. Yep.
No, I was a stupid decision on my end. I made a dumb mistake, so I'm
Okay.
yes,
Okay.
that's all.
All right. On that one, ma'am, I'm going to assess fines and costs totaling $500. Do you want to put that on a payment plan or you want a due date on
Please?
that? Tell me what you can do. How much, how often, when can you start?
I can do, can we do 100 a month? I can do 50 each every 2 weeks.
However you want to do it. You want to make one
Can I
payment a
do
month?
50 every 2 weeks?
When do you want to make the first one?
I can make the first one today.
All right. You going to do that in person?
Well then,
The reason you want to go take care of the baby? Go take care of the baby.
okay. I'm sorry.
That's all right.
I'm trying to multitask.
Moms do that.
Let me look at my calendar and because you said it's in person, so I can go up to the courthouse and do it.
Yeah, between 9 a.m. and 2 p.m. And I'd like you to make that first payment in person because then we can put you through the computer at that time and make sure you don't owe us anything else to get your license straight. Because
Okay,
right now
can
it
I
looks
do
like $45 clearance fee on that 2018 charge. Get you back to
Okay.
Secretary of State to get your license.
Really? Okay. Can I start it on the 31st? Just so I know for sure I can get up there.
I'll give you until the 8th. I'll give you all kinds of time.
Okay. Because when I paid the $259, that was a large amount. So
All right, I'm giving you until the 8th. Anytime
Thank
between
you.
now and then, you come in and get started. But
Okay,
remember, when you
thank
come in
you.
to get started with your payment plan, ask them if you owe any other clearance fees so you can get your license straight.
Okay, see, that's how I thought I had my license, and then I didn't because they said a clearance fee. So it was from 2018. You're saying is what
Right.
caused it. Okay.
Right. According to the printout I've got from Secretary of State dated December 2nd.
Okay. Because
Right.
when I looked at it, there was that $259, then there was a $45 payment. So yeah.
All right. Good luck.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Kyle Conrad would be next. While I'm waiting for him to connect, I'm going to find out who the iPhone is.
Go ahead. iPhone, what's your name?
Not connected yet, Judge.
Kick him out then.
All right. Kyle Conrad is on.
This is.
Mr. Conrad, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Mr. Conrad, I've got two files with your name on them, both from August 9, 2020. Civil infraction, no insurance, and misdemeanor registration or plate violation. The prosecutor for Huron Township has made an offer on this file. If you plead responsible to the added charge of double parking, agree to pay fines a cost of $200, then both of the original charges issued on August 9 will be dismissed. Do you understand the offer, sir?
I do.
Ready to make a decision on that offer? Do you need more info?
No, that's perfect.
All right, I'll accept your plea. Fines and costs, $200. When can you pay it?
How do I go about paying it?
Lots of options. You can pay it online. If you want to pay an extra third-party vendor fee, you can mail it to us. You can drop it off in our Dropbox 24/7 here out at the court in Romulus, or between 9 a.m. and 2 p.m. you can do a face-to-face payment at our front door.
Oh, okay. All right, so I just go to 34th District online, and I can just pay it there?
Correct.
All right, I'll just pay with my credit card.
All right, gonna do that tomorrow, today?
Today, tomorrow, yes.
All right. You're all set then. Any questions?
No, sir.
Enjoy your day.
You as well.
I'm going to bring in Joseph DeLuca. He's next.
So what happened?
Mr. DeLuca, are you connected?
I am.
Good morning.
Morning to you.
I've got two files here, sir, from August 1. Impeding traffic, a civil infraction, and registration or plate violation, a misdemeanor. The misdemeanor carries a possible penalty of up to $500 fines plus court costs and up to 90 days in jail. Do you understand all that?
I do.
The prosecutor for Huron Township has made an offer on this file. If you plead responsible to the added charge of double parking and agree to pay fines and costs, in this case, the amount of $250, then both of the original charges issued on August 1 would be dismissed. Do you understand the offer, sir?
I do.
And do you have enough information to make a decision on the offer?
I think I do.
What do you want to do?
I would like to take it.
All right, I'll accept a plea from you to double parking. Fines and costs $250. I can give you a due date, or we can set you up with a formal payment plan, whatever works best for you.
How would I go around paying it? I do not believe I need a payment plan.
All
I
right,
should be
you can
upfront.
pay it online. If you pay it online, we've got a third-party vendor that processes, so they're going to charge you additional fees. You can set it to us in the mail. We can take a face-to-face transaction at our front door between 9 a.m. and 2 p.m. Monday through Friday, or our Dropbox is available 24/7.
You can do Dropbox.
How much time do you need so I can put a due date on the file?
Or we can go to the court even. The court? Yeah, we'll just go there today. We can just do it today then.
All right.
So we can just come up to the court today.
As long as you're here before 2 p.m., correct?
Okay.
Any questions?
No.
That'll take care of it.
Okay. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. You're welcome.
I'm going to try iPhone one more time. Oops.
Hello?
Kevin?
Hello?
Yeah, Kevin?
Yeah.
What's the full name on the case?
The name on the case?
Yeah. Who's here for court?
Yeah, basically I'm here for my dad. It's Felipe Espinoza Rodriguez.
I'm sorry, I can barely hear you.
Felipe Espinoza Rodriguez?
Okay. That's scheduled at 9:30.
Yeah.
You want him back in the waiting room for now, Judge?
Yep.
Okay. I'm going to stick you back in the waiting room. I just needed to know who you were for the judge, so just hang in there.
Mr. Furrow, good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Wonderful. I've got 3 files with your name on it from August 7. Careless driving, civil infraction, no proof of insurance, a civil infraction, and a misdemeanor drove while unlicensed or without a cycle endorsement. The misdemeanor carries a possible penalty of up to 90 days in jail, up to $500 fines, plus court costs. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Are you prepared to go forward without the advice of an attorney today?
Yes, sir.
The The prosecutor has made an offer on this file. If you plead guilty to the misdemeanor, both civil infractions would be dismissed. Do you understand the offer that's been made?
What would that mean? I'm sorry.
If you plead guilty to the misdemeanor, I'll dismiss the civil infractions and sentence you on the misdemeanor. Fines and costs. I'm not putting you in jail.
Oh, all right. That would be my best route.
I can't
I'm
tell
sorry,
you
I
that,
don't-
sir. I can just tell you what your options are. I can't advise you on what to do.
So I would be paying the, is it the driving without the cycle endorsement, correct?
Correct.
All right, seems like my best option, so yes,
All
sir.
right. So on that date of August 7, 2020, did you drive a motorcycle in Huron Township?
I did. I was driving to work in Rawsonville, sir.
Okay. And at that time, did you have the cycle endorsement required by law?
No, sir, I wasn't able to get in with the Secretary of State.
All right. You got it now?
No, I've learned my lesson. Probably should stay off a motorcycle. I also have insurance. I had insurance. I have the proof.
All right. I've got your address on Silver Creek. Is that a good one?
Yes, sir.
Let me have a phone number for you.
734-558-7834.
And where are you working?
Right now I'm at Fermi. I work for the labor union.
Okay. How long you been in the union?
I switched from Ford to here when we got laid off back on August 30th.
Sure.
So I've been here for about 3 or 4 months now.
Okay. All right. Fines and costs on your misdemeanor, $300.
Yes, sir.
I can give you a due date or I can set you up with a payment plan. What do you want to do?
Can I get set up with the payment plan, please?
How much, how often, and when can you start?
I can start immediately, $100.
You want to do 100 a month?
That works for me.
Yeah, you can always pay extra when you're ready.
Okay.
All right, so if I give you until the 23rd to get started on that, that work?
That works perfectly.
All right. You can pay in person to the court between 9 a.m. and 2 p.m. You can drop payment in our Dropbox 24/7. You can mail us a payment or you can pay online. If you pay online, there are third-party vendor fees that attach. Do you understand your options?
Yes, sir.
Any questions, sir?
No.
Good luck.
Thank you.
We got Murray Duncan in, so I'll bring him in.
Where does client go, Paula?
He had told me on the phone that she was going to meet him at his office, so he probably had her go in there.
Okay. Good morning, Mr. Duncan.
Hello, Judge. How are you? Sorry about that, Judge. I had a mix-up. I thought my client was going to handle it from home, so I was home ready to go, but now I'm at my office.
No problem. You got Miss Davis with you?
I do. She's right here, Judge.
No problem. No problem. All right. So, Mr. Duncan, the offer on the file is if Miss Davis pleads guilty to an operating while intoxicated, both of the original charges will be dismissed from August 14, 2020.
Judge, that's an offer that I do appreciate, but the problem I have taking it today is there was an implied consent suspension, which I've just got an order on. And I'm afraid if she gets this suspension right now, it's really going to mess up what I'm doing on that other part of it. Because that wasn't easy to accomplish that either.
Right.
So can we adjourn this one time and I'll talk further with the prosecutor and see if I can do an impaired. If not, we'll probably take advantage of this.
Okay. I can put you in a breakout with Mr. Foley right now if you want to.
Yeah, that's fine, Judge. Thank you.
Okay. Paula will do that. We'll just set the file aside for a minute.
All right, Judge. Thanks.
You're welcome. Good morning, Mr. Espinoza Rodriguez.
Good morning.
Morning.
I've got a file here dated 9/7, September 7, 2020. The charge is allowing a person to drive in violation of the vehicle code. This does carry a possible penalty of up to $500 fines plus court costs, and it does carry a possible up to 90 days in jail. Do you understand that charge, Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
All right. Understand your rights and options?
Yeah.
All right. Are you prepared? Son, you can't answer for dad.
I'm
If he has some problems with the language, I'll let you interpret, but you can't answer questions for him. Understood?
All right.
Okay. Sir, how do you want to plead today?
Culpable.
You're pleading guilty today, sir?
Yeah, sí. Yes.
Okay. All right. Are you prepared to go forward today without an attorney? Do you want to talk to an attorney or do you want to go forward today without an attorney?
The attorney, is it given to us? Or
Correct.
And we will talk to them right now, right?
Yep.
Can we talk to the attorney?
You can. Paula, would you put these gentlemen in a breakout with Mr. Batar?
We'll do that right now.
You catch that, Dan? No offer?
Mr. Espinoza Rodriguez, charged with allowing an unlicensed person to drive, no offer, correct?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Tanto decirte mentiras. Hasta 90 días de cárcel. Grato eres tú con son penales. Pues sí. ¿Qué vas a hacerlo?
That was somebody else in the breakout room, Judge. It wasn't Espinoza Rodriguez.
Yes.
Judge, I put the iPhone in that. I accidentally hit that one. They'll be coming out soon. I don't think they know how to handle it. But. And we do have Murray and Mr. Foley back.
Paul, is that you?
Yeah, are we ready on Davis, gentlemen?
Yes, Judge. Thank you. Judge, I had a chance to talk to Mr. Foley. It was nice seeing him again. I haven't seen him for a while. He's going to check with the officer. There's some officer issues here with doing anything.
Sure.
So we agreed to adjourn it. He's going to check with the officer, and when we come back, we can get this done.
Okay. January 14th, enough time?
Yes, Judge.
And let's see. Looks like Miss Davis has not yet been arraigned, so I'm inclined to do a personal bond with no mood altering substances.
Thank you, Judge.
Ma'am, is your address on King Road a correct address?
Yes.
And can I get a phone number to put on the file for you?
It's 313-212-5080.
Thank you. Ma'am, I'm going to order that you not purchase, possess, or consume any mood-altering substance unless you've got a doctor's prescription for that substance. The other condition of your bond is that you cooperate with Mr. Duncan so we can actually take care of some business on January 14th. Understood?
Yes.
Raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or affirm and acknowledge the debt payable to the court in the amount of $1,000 if you mess up on bond?
Yes.
Any questions, ma'am?
No.
All right, your court date is the 14th. You can put your hand down. The clerks will set the actual time on that day, and they'll send out a notice to you.
Okay.
Thank you, Judge.
Happy holidays, Mr. Duncan.
I'm going to see you today, Judge. I've got
good. Oh, yeah,
I've
yeah,
got
we
a
got some
1:30
motions.
with you. Yeah.
Yep. See you
Hey,
then.
Murray, good to see you.
Okay, Kevin, bye.
And Kevin, it looks like we caught up at this point.
Yeah, we just have Mr. Batar and Espinosa
Yep.
Rodriguez.
Just so you know, Kevin, I've put a number of files in the bench warrant stack. Brian Berry from 840, Mateo Martin from 840, Austin Bosati from 8:50. Jordan Bedrick and Marcus Cartwright from 8:50. And then Ronald Boyer from 9 a.m. Oh, and Spencer Brown as well. Actually, I might as well keep going. 9:10, Spencer Russell. Well, I don't have any files. Oh, that's Crussell with a K.
Yeah, there's got
Yep.
a million of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's got 7 files.
Yeah, A through E or whatever.
Yeah, he takes up a whole page of, or a half a page of the docket by himself.
Richard Coots and Hugh Dark are also bench warranted. All right, we'll stop there for a minute.
Okay. There was a Jessica Muscat who had checked in but dropped out. I don't know where she went. Jessica Muscat. She's scheduled for 10:30. She was there for a long time and then all of a sudden she just dropped out.
Pero nomás.
Hang on just a second. Judge will be right back. Just sent a chat to the iPhone asking him to connect his audio. I don't think he's seeing it.
Yeah, I don't think he knows what he's doing.
Okay, you want me just to remove him so he has to call back in?
Well, hold on. Let's.
I'll do your note.
Does he appear to be looking at it?
He's looking at, yeah, I think he's reading it now.
Mm-hmm.
That's for someone else, Mr. Espinoza Rodriguez.
iPhone, you connected?
He's not.
All right, Mr. Bitar on Espinoza Rodriguez.
Thank you, Your Honor. Daniel Batar on behalf of Mr. Espinoza Rodriguez. He's going to plead as charged to allowing an unlicensed person to drive, Judge. He understands his rights. He's waiving those rights.
All right. Sir, did you drive a vehicle in Huron Township on September 7?
que si yo lo manejé.
Can you repeat the question?
Yes. Did you drive a vehicle in Huron Township on September 7th?
Yes.
All right, now you're answering for him. You got
Yes.
to interpret. You can interpret his answer to me.
Yes.
All right. At that time, was your license suspended, revoked, or denied?
No.
Help me out, Dan.
Mr. Espinoza Rodriguez, when you were driving, did you have a valid license?
Yes.
You did have a valid license?
Yeah, I have my license.
Judge, can I go back to the breakout room with him, please?
Sure.
What was the date of the incident, Judge?
September 7th.
Thank you, sir.
If I can help, Judge, the charges allowed an unlicensed person to.
Oh, that's true. Bring Dan back in.
Let me bring them all back in. I'm sorry.
You don't need them all. You just need Dan.
Judge, I got it straightened out now.
Okay.
Mr. Espinoza Rodriguez, on that date and at that time, did you allow your son to drive and he was not legally licensed?
Yes.
I'm satisfied, Your Honor.
Thank you. Is that the son that's on screen with us?
Yeah, that's
Yes,
me.
sir.
All right, what's your name?
My name is Kevin. Kevin.
All right,
Rosales.
Kevin, how old are you?
I am 19.
All right, you got your license now?
No, I've have the meeting. I have the appointment, but it's not scheduled until February.
Okay. All right. Dad, where do you work?
En las fábricas de piezas de carros.
He works in a factory of car parts.
How long has he been employed there?
¿Cuánto tiempo has estado empleado?
Ahí tengo 4 meses.
4 months.
All right. Anything Dad wants me to know before I set terms of sentence?
No, pues que no me quiero.
Judge, he understands he won't allow his son to drive anymore without a license. He can make a payment today, then he'd like a payment plan for the remaining balance.
Sure. All right. Sir, your total is $200. How much, how often, when can you start?
200. Los tiene. He want to pay today everything.
Good.
You gonna do it online or you gonna do it in person?
We'll do it online.
All right. 34th District Court. All right, Kevin, thanks for your help with the language.
All right, thank you.
No more driving until you get straight, brother. All right?
Okay, sure.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome, gentlemen.
All right, bye.
She's not connected. I sent her a chat.
Yeah, chats don't work.
Excuse me. I think that's the first time I've seen an AUD where it was actually an AUD.
AUD.
Yeah.
I think you might be the same for me, first time.
Maybe if you hold up your sign, she'll see it.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Oh.
All right, iPhone, you're connected. What's your name?
Maurice Turner.
Maurice Turner?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Hang on.
All right, Mr. Turner, I've got files with your name on them. Let's see what we got.
Okay.
We did get the LG stylo in too. They're connected.
All right. Stylo, you're muted.
Mute.
What's the name?
Dean Gannon.
Gannon?
Gannon, Gannon.
All right, we're going to put you back in the waiting room until we're ready for you, Mr. Gannon.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Turner, we've got 2 files here from August 2nd.
Okay.
Speeding ticket, civil infraction, and a misdemeanor drove while license suspended, revoked, or denied.
Okay.
Prosecutors offered to dismiss the speeding ticket if you plead guilty to the drove while license suspended, revoked, or denied. That does carry a possible penalty of up to 93 days in jail, up to $500 fines, plus court costs. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Generally speaking, you understand your rights and options?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Do you have enough information to make a decision on that file?
Yes, Your Honor.
What do you want to do?
Plead guilty.
Understand, if I take a guilty plea, the drove while license suspended charge goes on your record with the Secretary of State. They're probably going to hit you with 2 points and they may resuspend you.
Okay.
Did you drive a vehicle in Huron on August 2, 2020?
Yes, Your Honor.
At that time, was your license suspended, revoked, or denied?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, I'll accept your plea. And I'll dismiss the speeding ticket. You still on Van Buren Street?
Yes, sir.
And phone number 505-4253?
Yes, sir.
Are you working?
No, not right now. I'm in the process of looking. They
When's
had
the last time you worked?
let's see. I say like a month and a half ago. Like they shut
All
down
right.
like around November. Yeah.
All right, it looks like you're already on a payment plan with us. You got a payment due on the 18th of December, correct? That's tomorrow.
Yes, sir.
All right. All right, also looks like we've got a file here. Failed to display a valid license for 2019. You were ordered to do 8 days on the work program and did not do those, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Given COVID, I can convert those 8 days on the work program to community service hours.
Okay.
That means you hook up with a charity or more than one charity. This is a good time of year to do that.
Okay.
All right, I'm going to give you until March 1 to do 48 hours community service. So what that means is you hook up with a nonprofit charity, official letterhead from them that says you've done 8 hours, you've done 10 hours, you've done 20 hours. You submit that paperwork to us.
Okay.
Can you do that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah, get started on that before you get a chance to get a good job.
Okay.
All right. Now, anything before I sentence you on today's file?
Nope. Nope. Everything sounds good.
All right. Total on this file is going to be $600. What we'll do is we'll add it to your current payment plan.
Okay.
Any questions?
No.
All right. Good luck to you.
Okay.
Do you want me to bring in Dean Gannon?
Too late.
Oh, you already did. Okay.
Good morning.
Mr. Gannon, you are scheduled today for a pretrial on an assault and battery charge from August 19, 2020. Assault and battery carries a possible penalty of up to 93 days in jail, up to $500 fines, plus court costs. Do you understand that charge, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right. Are you prepared to go forward today without the advice of an attorney, or would you like to talk to the attorney that's ready to talk to you right now?
Yeah, I'll talk to him.
All right. Mr. Gannon, looks like the plea offer was straight up guilty plea to assault and battery, Mr. Bitar.
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Gannon, we'll put you in a breakout room to talk to the attorney.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Sorry, Kevin.
Yeah, just like shooting through cyberspace back and forth.
Sometimes my little fat finger just goes too quick.
It's certainly a little different than the usual, isn't it?
Yes, it is. I keep wanting to type everything.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning, Judge. Can you hear me?
I can, loud and clear.
Good.
Counsel, your appearance for Colton Mawu.
Yes. Good morning, Your Honor. For the record, Scott Smith appearing on behalf of Mr. Mawu. He is present in my office immediately to my left.
Thank you. Counsel, how have you been? Haven't seen you for a long time.
Yes, it has been a while. I've been fine. How are you, Judge?
Just tired of this, whatever we're calling this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah. I'm not alone, am I?
No, you're not.
Yeah. All right. So, Mr. Smith, there's a plea offer in the file. If Mr. Mawu pleads, am I saying that right, sir, Mawu?
Yes, Your Honor.
If Mr. Mawu pleads to the added charge of impaired driving, the original charge would be dismissed. And I do have Mr. Foley online if you want to have some further conversation with him.
What I would like, Judge, is to get a discovery order so I can get a copy of the police report so that I can discuss this with Mr. Mawu and make an informed decision.
Sure.
As to the plea.
Mr. Foley, can we do that?
Well, if you can do the order, I can just send him a copy of the report if he likes.
Okay.
That would be perfect.
Okay.
I'll take care of that, Judge.
All right. Mr. Smith, I'm going to have Paula give you an email address. So you just email it to her and we'll email it back.
Okay, that would be great. And then, like I said, to facilitate that, so I can review it with my client, I would ask for a brief adjournment.
Yeah, we're going to go out to January 14th. The
Okay.
time will be determined by the clerks and they'll send out a notice.
You ready for
Okay,
the-
thank you very much, Judge.
Are you ready for my email? Oh, I'm
I
sorry.
am ready
Judge.
for your email.
It's PMOORE0034@yahoo.com.
So PMOORE, and I lost the rest of that.
0034@yahoo.com.
Okay, I will get that as soon as we're off record.
All right.
Thank you.
Mr. Smith, let's put your client on a bond. I'm looking at a personal bond, no mood altering substances.
That's correct, Your Honor. I would request a personal bond. He is a student, temporarily unemployed because of the COVID shutdown.
Yep. And the Mornington address is a good one, Mr. Mawu?
Yes, Your Honor.
And how about a phone number for you?
248-412-3499.
Awesome. Where do you go to school at?
I do not go to school right now.
Oh,
okay.
Okay.
All right. All right. I'm going to put you on a personal bond, sir. Two conditions. The first one is you cooperate with your attorney so we can have a meaningful court date on January 14th. Second one is no mood altering substances unless you've got a doctor's prescription. Raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or affirm and acknowledge the debt payable to the court in the amount of $1,000 if you mess up on bond?
Yes, Your Honor.
You're all set. Stay healthy, gentlemen.
Thank you, Judge. Take care. We'll see you next year.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Bitar, Mr. Gannon's file.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Judge. Daniel Bitar on behalf of Mr. Gannon. At this time, Your Honor, Mr. Gannon maintains his innocence. Mr. Foley, can I get a copy of the report on this one?
You can.
Thank you very much. If we could just have another pretrial on the 28th, Judge, January 20th, I'll be in contact with Mr. Gannon and see what I can do.
All right. Yes, sir, the date is the 28th of January. You'll receive a notice with the actual time. In the meantime, let me get some information. Edison Street is a good address?
Yes, sir.
What's your phone number?
734-219-1451.
And Mr. Bitar has a no contact in order.
No contact is not, or I'm sorry, no contact is not an issue, Judge. He will not
Okay.
have any contact.
Okay. All right.
Mr. Gannon, you understand that you can't have any contact with that shop owner?
Yes, sir, but I've talked to him a couple times since, just to let you know. I mean,
That's fine. As of now, you can't.
okay, that's fine. Yes, sir.
All right. I'm going to put you on a personal bond, sir.
Thank you.
First condition is that you're going to cooperate with Mr. Bitar so we can have some, accomplish something on the 14th or 28th, excuse me. And the second one is you're going to have no contact with the alleged complainant in this matter.
Yes, sir.
So no phone calls, no letters. You run into him at Burger King, you go to Taco Bell to eat.
I got you. Absolutely.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm and acknowledge the debt payable to the court in the amount of $1,000 if you violate bond?
Yes, sir.
You're all set.
Thank you,
You're
Judge.
welcome.
Have a good day.
You're welcome.
Mr. Gannon, I'll be in contact with you, okay?
Kevin, I'm bringing in a Robert Montgomery. Muscat's back in, Paula. Mr. Montgomery, are you connected?
Muscat is connected. Montgomery is not.
Good morning, Ms. Muscat.
Hi.
I've got a file with your name on it from September 12, 2020. The charge is trespassing.
Yeah.
This carries a possible penalty of up to 93 days in jail, up to $500 fines, plus court costs. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
The prosecutor has made an offer on this file. If you plead guilty to the charge, then there would be a 12-month delayed sentence. As long as you stayed out of trouble and did anything else I told you to do during that 12 months, then at the end of that time period, this would be dismissed. It would not stay on your record as a criminal conviction. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Yes.
Exactly. Yes.
All right. You understand the offer then?
So just stay out of trouble. Like, I mean, I've never been in trouble, so.
So what it would amount to is if you plead guilty, I'm going to set terms. I'm going to tell you how much money you have to pay in court costs, and I'm going to tell you to stay out of trouble for 12 months. That means no criminal offenses.
Okay.
As long as you do all that, then we're going to dismiss this matter. It will not stay on your record as a conviction.
And no jail time?
No jail time.
Okay.
And if you're not sure what you should do, you might want to talk to the attorney. I've got an attorney standing by that can give you some advice.
Okay. Can I just hear it? The advice? Because
Yeah, I'll put you in a breakout room so you can have a private conversation. Paula, would you put Ms. Muscat in with Mr. Bitar?
What was that offer again, Judge? 771.1 for how long?
Yes, sir. 12 months.
Thank you.
Kevin, I might lose you for 1 second. I got to figure that one out.
Mr. Montgomery, are you connected yet?
Is it on?
Yes, Mr. Montgomery, we've got you on. Mr. Montgomery,
Okay,
I got
good.
two. Pardon me? Mr. Montgomery, did I lose you?
It's not working. I can't hear.
All right, can you hear me now?
Okay.
Mr. Moffett, good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Awesome virtual background.
Thank you. My brother's awesome.
You're the first person that brought Court with him to Zoom.
Hey, my brother's a computer master.
Yeah. All right, I've got two files with your name on them, sir.
Yes,
From
sir.
August 9, 2020. No insurance, a civil infraction, and registration or plate violation, a misdemeanor. The misdemeanor carries a possible penalty of up to $500 fines plus court costs and up to 90 days in jail. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
All right, the plea offer in the file is that if you plead responsible to the civil infraction of no registration on August 9, 2020, both of the original charges that were issued to you would be dismissed. Do you understand that offer, sir?
Yes, sir.
Got enough information to make a decision?
Yeah, I'm definitely, I'm going to take that.
All right, I'll accept your plea. $150 fines and costs. Payment options, you can mail us a check. You can drop money off in our Dropbox. You can do a face-to-face transaction, 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. Monday through Friday, or you can pay online. If you pay online, there will be an additional fee for a third-party vendor. Do you understand the options, sir?
Yes, sir.
How much time do you need?
I can pay it today.
All right. All right, 150 total and both original dismissed. Any questions?
Thank you so much.
You're all set then.
You have yourself a great day.
You too.
Okay, I've asked Mr. Montgomery to unmute. Mr. Montgomery, please unmute. I've sent him a signal to unmute and I've asked him.
Dan, we seem to have lost Miss Muscat temporarily.
She's on her way in from the breakout room, Judge. It's got about 5 seconds and she'll be in.
I have a few pre-trials with Judge Green. Everybody keeps texting me and calling me, Judge. It's might be a little messy over there.
All right, Mr. Bitar, we've got Miss Muscat back in.
Thank you, Judge. Daniel Bitar, on behalf of Miss Muscat, Your Honor, she's going to waive her right to a trial in this matter, Judge. Enter a guilty plea to trespass under 771.1 for 12 months.
All right, Miss Muscat, you understand the possible penalty for the charge of trespass?
Yes.
You have discussed your rights and options with Mr. Batar. Correct?
Oh, man. Please,
You
give me a
understand
break.
those
What's
rights
going
and
on?
options?
I'm sorry, what was that?
You understand those rights and options?
Yeah.
How do you want to plead to the charge?
So it will be off though in a year, right? You said just
That's
Miss
up to
Muscat,
you.
yep. Just what I explained to you.
I'm going for dental hygiene, so I can't have.
Understood. Understood. If down the road this is causing you problems with that career choice, then you come back and see me. We'll help you out.
Okay.
All right. Understanding all of that, are you pleading guilty freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
All right. So on September 12, 2020, were you someplace in Huron Township where you should not have been?
Yes.
Where were you at?
I was at Dion Copley's house for a bonfire.
Okay. And you were, prior to that date, you were told not to be there?
Judge, can I do the factual basis on this one, please? So, Miss Muscat, on that date and at that time, you were invited to go to that bonfire, correct?
I was invited.
By a third party, correct?
Yes.
And okay, at some point during that bonfire, the owner of the property told you you had to leave. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you did not leave when he told you to leave. Is that correct?
Yes.
I'm satisfied, Your Honor.
Okay. No priors?
No priors, Judge. She works. You heard she's trying to become a dental hygienist. There was an incident, the root of the problem was she had a dispute with her boyfriend while she was there. She didn't want to leave the property until she was able to take her dog with her. And that's where the police came into play, Judge.
All right. Where are you going to school at?
Wayne County, right down the road.
All right. Got a new boyfriend or no boyfriend?
I will not date again for a while, actually.
I was just going to tell you. Seriously? How old are you?
I'm 23.
Yeah. Concentrate on school.
Yeah. Oh yeah, my stuff was everywhere. I'm like, I'll never live again with somebody either.
All right. I'll accept the plea. Anything else I should consider before I set terms?
Your Honor, if we may, there's a small cost recovery in the file request.
Yep. 35?
Correct, Judge.
So you did at least an overnight in jail, Miss Muscat?
A what?
Did you do some time in jail?
Oh yeah, I did like 3 hours.
Longest 3 hours of your life?
Yeah, actually. My manager here, he knew everything that was going on, and I had cash that I made here that night. I had most of the money to bail myself out, except I was $50 short. So I ended up calling my manager here because he was the only one that I knew that was up late. And him and his wife came and got me that night.
Where are you working?
I was still here, Logan's Roadhouse.
Okay. You must be a good employer if your manager did all that.
Yeah.
All right.
I've been
All
here
right.
for since 2017.
All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to assess court costs of $250. We'll keep the bond you've already posted.
So $250 just all together?
Correct. All you got to do now is stay out of trouble.
Okay.
Concentrate on school.
Okay.
All right. So this is your one and only stupid mistake you get to have.
Oh my gosh. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Good luck in school.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good luck, Miss Muscat. Don't worry, everything will be fine. It'll come off your record
Oh my
in
God,
12 months.
I was so nervous. I'm like, I'm gonna go back to jail.
Okay. One thing I did not do. Make sure that the address you have now is good for 12 months or send us a new one.
Okay.
All right.
So what do you guys have on file? Is it my old one? I think it is. I'll have to give you my new one right now.
I've got you on 2nd Street. Is that the old one?
Yeah, that's my old one.
Give me the new one.
It's 32730 Church Street, Rockwood, Michigan, 48173.
All right.
And that's my parents' house.
So that'll be good for a year.
Okay.
Yep. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. Give me a phone number too.
734-969-5079.
Okay. You're all set.
Okay. And then when do I pay that? Like can I pay 100?
We're just keeping your bond money. You've already.
You don't have to pay anything else.
We're keeping it.
Oh,
The
so I
money
don't
you
have.
post. The money you post to get out of jail is all the money you owe us.
So Okay. Okay.
Merry Christmas.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Spend your money on school.
Oh my gosh, yeah. Thank
Good luck.
you.
You're welcome. Damn boyfriends. All right, we've got Scott Usdick.
That's my guy, Judge.
Well, we'll try him again.
There he is. Scott?
Hey, Daniel.
Morning.
Good, how are
Judge
you?
Daniel Batar on behalf of Mr. Osteich. Judge, I talked to Caitlin about this case. We're trying to resolve it. She has to reach out to the complainant, so we just need another date to come back. Can we come back on January 28th?
Sure. Sir, your new court date is January 28th. The time for that pretrial is going to be determined by the clerks who send out a notice to you. And your address on Verna Lane is a good one?
Yes, sir.
All right. How about a phone number for the file, sir?
734-552-6374.
Thank you. And no arraignment yet. Let's talk about bond, Dan.
Judge, he's employed. He has a career. He appeared today. He's not any type of flight risk. We're asking you to assess a personal bond.
All right. Is there any reason to do a no contact on this one? This is a stranger situation or what?
No, yeah, it is a stranger. It was an Amazon driver, Judge. You won't have any contact with him.
Okay. All right. Sir, where do you work?
I'm a financial advisor with Edward Jones.
Okay. Raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or affirm and acknowledge the debt payable to the court in the amount of $1,000 if you violate bond? Your bond condition is you cooperate with Mr. Batar so we can actually accomplish something in January.
Yes, sir.
You're all set, sir. Stay healthy.
Scott,
Enjoy your day.
Merry Christmas. Happy New Year. As soon as I hear back from Caitlin, Scott, I'll give you a call, okay?
Sounds good. Merry Christmas, everybody.
Same.
Thank you.
Mr. Montgomery, do you have your audio straightened out yet? You do not.
It looks like he's connected, but I think he's frozen. I'm just going to kick him out and make him come back in. Maybe a new connection will help.
Judge, all these cases that we did today, are they all arraignment pretrials? Because the docket says something different.
I think they all are. I don't think I've seen any that were adjourned till today's date.
Okay. I'm just trying to keep track of my paperwork, and I want to make sure I don't mess anything up for Teresa.
Yep.
Hey, Mr. Foley.
Yeah.
By the way, I'm Dan Batar. Nice to meet you.
you
I
can call
met
me Kevin.
Caitlin. I think I started working in the court once you were gone and Caitlin took over.
I think you're correct.
Okay. So the reports that I requested from you, should I just email Caitlin and have her get those to me?
Yeah, I've actually put them aside, but I'll throw them on her desk, but that'd probably be better if you just shoot her an email.
That's what I'll do. I appreciate it. And nice to meet you again.
Good to meet you.
Paula, did you say Heather is not here?
Right, she's not here today. We've got Martin Mateo in there. That's one that was supposed to be here early and you issued the warrant on.
I'm sorry, the person you are trying to reach has a voicemail box that has not been set up yet. Please try your call again later. Goodbye.
Boy, that guy can't win, can he?
All right, Mr. Foley, I'm bringing in Mateo Martin. Who's also not connected.
Maybe we need to put that on their notices when they go out. When you're connecting, please make sure your audio is working.
Well, that's the problem. When you sign up for Zoom and you look at your settings, you can adjust the settings, and I think people don't realize that. So when you sign into a room, you can automatically be muted or have your video rolling or whatnot, and I don't think they pay attention to that when they first
Mr. Martin, can you hear me?
There we go.
Mr. Martin, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
All right, Mr. Martin, I've got a file here from March 6, 2019. Thanks, Jamie. Charges: drove while license suspended, revoked, or denied. Possible penalties up to 93 days in jail, up to $500 fines plus court costs. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
I've also got 3 civil infractions from March of 2019. You owe a bunch of money on those. Let me do the
Correct.
math.
Correct.
Yeah, those 3 files. Looks like $1,290 total. On the misdemeanor, the prosecutor has made an offer on this. If you plead guilty to allow unlicensed driver to operate a vehicle, they want me to dismiss the drove while license suspended. So instead of 2 points on your record, it would be 0 points. And instead of a possible 93-day jail term, it would be a possible 90. Do you understand the offer that's been made?
Yes.
Do you have enough information, Mr. Martin, to make a decision on that, or do you need more info?
As far as the allowing unlicensed drivers. All right. So that's 90 days. That's a 90-day jail sentence.
It's a possible 90 day. I'm not planning on putting you in jail.
Right. Is there any way I can take this to trial?
Oh, sure. Trial is always an option.
Okay. How would that work?
You tell me you want a trial and we'll get you on the schedule.
Okay. And then
do you deny that you were driving that day, or do you think your license was valid that day? What's your defense to go to trial on is what I'm asking you.
I haven't even thought about it yet. I haven't even been in contact with a lawyer. Like, this is my
If you want to
first.
talk to a lawyer, you got to tell me that, and I can make that happen.
Yeah, I would like a attorney.
All right. Dan, just so you know, I'm looking at a printout for Mr. Martin from December 2nd. Looks like he's got an Oak Park suspension and 4 suspensions out of our court, which are the 4 files that I'm talking about today.
Yes, sir.
So the officer is allowing licensed driver to operate.
Yep.
As I said, all the civil infractions are in default. We can work out payments on those. So
Yes,
Paul,
sir.
put Mr. Bitar and Mr. Martin in a breakout room, please.
Hello,
Robert Montgomery, please.
that's me.
Mr.
How are you?
Good, Mr. Montgomery. I've got you on my speakerphone in the courtroom. I've got my Zoom meeting up and running, so I've got the prosecutor for Van Buren Township joining us. We've got 2 files with your name on it from August 3rd. One is a civil infraction, speeding. The other is a misdemeanor, drove while unlicensed or without proper cycle endorsement.
Yes.
The offer from the prosecutor is that if you plead to an added charge, a 3rd charge of allowing an unlicensed driver to operate a vehicle on August 3rd, then the prosecutor's asked me to dismiss both of the original charges against you. Do you understand the offer, sir?
So far, yes.
All right. The added charge, the allow unlicensed driver to operate, is a misdemeanor. It's punishable by up to $500 fines plus court costs and a possible 90-day jail term. Do you understand all that?
Yes.
Do you have enough information to make a decision about the plea offer?
Wow. Yeah, the 90 days is throwing me.
No, I'm not putting you in jail, sir. I just got to tell you what the possible penalty is.
Yeah. Well, can I stand mute for now?
Standing mute is not guilty, which means I've got to set a trial date.
Oh, okay. Because I wasn't able to get an attorney, and
if you want to talk to an attorney, I can put.
Sorry.
You want to hire
I'll wait.
Yeah, you want to hire an attorney, or do you want to talk to a court-appointed attorney?
Yeah, I need a court appointed.
Okay, I can do that.
I made a lot of mistakes so far. I know I'm not cut out for this on my own. So
All
I
right,
need
so,
a court attorney.
so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to hang up the phone from you, and I'm going to have a Mr. Bitar call you in just a few minutes.
Okay.
All right, he's the attorney.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, he's the attorney for Titan, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Good morning, counsel.
Judge, good morning. I apologize profusely for my appearance. I had some trouble getting into the office today, so I'm walking.
No problem. No problem. I could tell you weren't joining us from the beach. Mr. Manugian, your appearance for Titan Trucking.
Good morning, Your Honor. Max Manugian appearing on behalf of Titan Trucking.
All right. Counsel, there's a plea offer in the file. If you plead on behalf of the company to overweight, fines and costs at $4,827, then the companion registration or plate misdemeanor would be dismissed, and obviously the fines and costs would be reduced from a total of almost $6,500.
Go down from 6,500 to this is 4,800.
Your audio is a little bit rough. The fine amount originally calculated at $6,486. The plea amount would be $4,827.
Thank you, Your Honor. Could I have a moment to call my client and discuss that with my client?
Sure.
And then I'll re-enter the Zoom hearing.
Sure. Yeah, knock yourself out.
Thank you so much, Your Honor. And hopefully by the time I do that, I'll be much more appropriately dressed for court.
That's all right. No problem at all.
Thank you.
Hey, Dan, before I forget, I want to give you a phone number for Mr. Montgomery that we were trying to get connected.
Okay.
He wants to talk to you. His phone number is 734-308-6827. He's got a speeding ticket from August 3rd and a drove without proper cycle endorsement or drove while unlicensed. The offer is he pleads to AUDO, and his record currently is clear. Are you ready on Martin?
I am, Judge.
Mr. Martin, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Mr. Bitar, your appearance for Mr. Martin, please.
Thank you, Judge. Daniel Bitar, on behalf of Mr. Martin, Your Honor, he's going to take advantage of the offer. He will plead guilty to allowing an unlicensed person to drive.
Mr. Martin, you understand the possible penalty for that charge, sir?
Yes.
You've discussed your rights and options with Mr. Bitar. You understand those?
Yes, Your Honor.
Understanding all of that, are you pleading guilty freely and voluntarily to the added charge?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sir, did you drive a vehicle in Huron on March 6, 2019?
Yes, Your Honor.
And at that time, was your license suspended, revoked, or denied?
Yes.
I'll accept your plea to the added charge, sir. I'll dismiss the original. Are you still on Pasadena?
Yes.
Phone number still 738-7650?
No, sir.
New one.
586-738-7650.
Thank you, sir. Anything else I should consider before I sentence you on the misdemeanor?
No,
Judge, he's not working right now. He was laid off at the beginning of the pandemic. He's collecting unemployment benefits. He's 23 years old. He lives with his grandmother. He understands he cannot drive while his license isn't suspended. He already took care of the Oak Park matter, just has to pay a clearance fee, and he's asking for a payment plan on these.
Thank you. All right, what's going on in Oak Park, Mr. Bitar?
He already took care of the case that he had there. He
Good.
still has to pay a clearance fee on it, though.
Good, good. All right, Mr. Martin, here's what I'm going to do on today's file, the misdemeanor. I'm not going to assess any fines and costs. I'm going to put you on a non-reporting 12-month probation. Term of probation, no new criminal charges, and no driving. If you drive before you get your license straight, you're going to jail on this file.
Okay.
All right, so I'm not piling on any more money, but you just got to stop driving until you get your license straightened out.
Yes, sir.
All right, so let's talk about the money. There's a $45 clearance fee on the misdemeanor file, and then those 3 civil infractions. So the grand total to get you cleaned up, closed out, is $1,335. If you can come up with a couple $100 worth of clearance fees, I'll let you get your clearances while you're making your payments. Understood?
Yes, yes, Your Honor.
Let's set you up with some kind of payment plan. Can you commit to something like a regular? Can you do 50 a month?
Yes, I actually can do 50 bi-weekly.
When can you start?
Tomorrow, Friday.
You gonna do that online?
Yes.
All right, I'm gonna make a note. We'll issue your clearances as your money comes in. So $50 tomorrow will get you one $45 clearance.
Okay.
Okay, any questions, sir?
Once I make my first payment, I will have to pay bi-weekly on a Friday, or can I pay before Friday, or
You can always pay early and you can always pay extra.
Okay.
All right?
Yes,
Good
sir.
luck with your license.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Judge, if you don't mind, I'm going to go and try and call Mr. Montgomery right now.
Yeah, please do.
See if we can get him on speaker or something.
Yep.
Do you want to bring in Mr. McLeod, or you want me to find out who these other two are first?
Mr. McLeod's been there for a minute. Let's bring him in.
Okay.
Good morning, Mr. McLeod.
Greetings. Good morning. How are you today?
Good. Mr. McLeod, I've got a file from July 8, 2018. The charge is drove while license suspended, revoked, or denied. That is a misdemeanor. Carries a possible penalty of up to $500 fines plus court costs and up to 93 days in jail. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes.
All right. Are you prepared to go forward today without an attorney, or would you like to get the advice of a court-appointed attorney?
My mom is advocating for me.
Is your mom an attorney?
No.
Then she can't advocate for you.
Okay. They said she can't advocate for me.
Okay,
You can talk to a court-appointed attorney if you want to. I just got to put you in a breakout room.
that's fine. We can do that. Go ahead and proceed, please.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. I'm going to put you in the waiting room until we can put you in a breakout with your attorney.
Thank you.
All right, Mom, you can't talk for him.
All right.
Thank you.
I know it's hard for a parent, but you got to let him handle this on his own.
I will.
All right. James, what's your last name?
Moore, M-O-O-R-E.
All right, we're going to relabel you and put you back in the waiting room until we're ready for you.
All right, you got it. Thank you. Oh, hey, we've got one laptop here. I'm just getting some feedback in the room. All right, I'll be in the waiting room for it.
All right.
Am I in?
You are. What's your name?
My name's William White.
All right, we'll relabel you and put you in the waiting room.
Thank you, sir.
Dan, are you there? Dan must still be talking to Mr. Montgomery.
Judge, I'm back and I have Mr. Montgomery here on speakerphone.
All right. Hello, Mr. Montgomery.
Hello.
All right, Mr. Bitar, what are we doing?
Judge, he's going to take the offer. He's going to plead guilty to allowing an unlicensed person to drive.
All right. Sir, do you understand the possible penalty for that charge?
Yes, sir.
And you went over your rights and options with Mr. Bitar?
Yes, sir.
You understand those rights and options, sir?
Yes, sir.
And understanding all of that, are you pleading guilty to the added charge today?
Yes, sir.
Are you doing so freely and voluntarily?
Yes, sir.
Sir, did you drive a vehicle in Huron Township on August 3, 2020?
Yes.
At that time, were you unlicensed?
Yes, I was unlicensed.
I'll accept your plea. I'll dismiss both the original charges. Is your address on Agnes a correct address?
Yes, sir.
All right. What should I know about Mr. Montgomery before I set the terms of sentence?
Judge, he understands that he can't drive anymore without a valid license. He's going through some financial difficulties. We're asking you to assess fines and costs. He can make an initial payment on January 8th and a payment plan for the rest.
Okay. All right. Mr. Montgomery, total is $500. Yes. Tell me how often you want to make payments. You want to do a monthly, weekly, bi-weekly?
Monthly.
How much can you pay?
I think 100.
Don't tell me what you think. Tell me what you know you can do. Give yourself some wiggle room if you need it.
Yeah, I can pay 100.
All right, and you can do that on January 8th to start?
Yes, sir.
All right, any questions, sir?
No, sir.
Good luck to you.
Mr. Montgomery, just make sure you come to the courthouse like we talked about and you can make that first payment. Judge, do you have the correct address for him? Can we verify that?
Yeah, we did. Yep.
Okay. All right, you're all set, Mr. Montgomery. Make sure you make that payment on the 8th.
Okay, that's the 34th and Romulus, right?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
And we're gonna stick you in the breakout room with a Stephen McLeod. He's charged with a DWLS. There's no offer on the table. He's got a number of suspensions currently. Romulus, Livonia, Detroit. Looks like he's got 4 out of Detroit. But it looks like after he gets his clearances, he should be eligible. All right. Mr. McLeod, we're gonna put you in a breakout room.
They're on their way in, Judge. I have Teresa Patton in the waiting room.
Do you see Mr. Moore on our docket?
No,
anywhere?
I was just gonna say, I don't have a James Moore on our docket. Mr. White is one of the 11 o'clock bench trials.
Mr. Moore, I suspect you're in the wrong waiting room. I do not have you on my list of cases for today. So what are you trying to accomplish?
I was subpoenaed to be part of the case for Bill White and his neighbor.
All
Was I
right.
in the wrong number?
No, maybe as a witness.
Yeah, I'm in here as a
Right
witness.
place. All right, Mr. Foley, you know anything about a subpoenaed witness for the William White file?
You know, is that the instance where there were both charged? There was a neighbor thing, a female and a male? Your Honor, I understand that has resolved and there'll be dismissals on both sides. I believe
Okay.
it's sent over to the court.
All right, I don't have anything on the William White file.
Was that for both of them, for Heather Melton and William White?
Yes, I'm the attorney for Heather Melton. This is Teresa Patton, if you can't see me.
Good morning.
Thank you.
Good morning. Yes, it's my understanding that both of those matters are supposed to be dismissed. Ms. Caitlin had us sign the paperwork on yesterday and it should have been sent over to the court.
All right, well, they probably went to Heather and Heather's not here today. So that's on William White and Heather Melton, both dismissed, Ms. Patton?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, Mr. Moore, I guess we don't need you. Thank you very much.
Good meeting you.
Appreciate your time.
Do we want to bring Mr. White in and explain it? To
I
him?
am.
Thank you.
All right, Ms.
Mr.
Patton, are
White
you
has an
waiting?
attorney too, Mr. Shimkey.
Oh, he does?
Yes.
That's correct, Judge.
He didn't tell me that.
Christopher Shemke.
Are you waiting for Miss Melton? Miss
I'm
Patton?
William White.
No, I'm not, Your Honor. I told her that I would have her Zoom in if she needed to be here for the dismissal.
Case dismissed. Mr. White, where's your attorney at? Do you know?
No, sir. He said I'd just be here at 11 o'clock and that's why I'm here. And he said it was dismissed.
Yeah, but we should wait till your attorney gets on before we take care of that.
Sure. I'll be here. I'll wait as long as you need me, sir. I'll
Thank
wait.
you.
I'll wait.
All
Should I
right.
hang out, Your Honor, or am I good?
I don't know why. Yeah,
Okay, thank you, Judge.
you're welcome.
Thank you, Teresa.
Thank you, Miss Paula.
All right, that's it. We're waiting for William White then.
There's a
Is Kelly
call.
on our docket?
No, he may be another witness. Let me bring him in and ask. Good morning, Mr. Killian.
Good morning.
Can I ask what you're here for, please?
Subpoenaed as a witness for a case against William White and Heather Melton.
Okay. Those cases have been dismissed. You're not needed as a witness at this time, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, right here. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Batar, back on.
Yes, Judge. Daniel Batar on behalf of Mr. McLeod. Your Honor, he's going to plead guilty to driving on a suspended license.
All right, Mr. McLeod, do you understand the possible penalty for that charge, sir?
Yes, I do.
And you've discussed your rights with counsel. Do you understand those rights and options?
Yes,
Understanding all of that, are you pleading guilty to this charge freely and voluntarily today, sir?
yes, I am.
Mr. McLeod, did you drive a vehicle in Huron Township on July 8, 2018 while your license was suspended, revoked, or denied?
Yes,
I'll accept your plea to that charge, sir. Fines and costs on the file, $600. I can set you up with a payment plan, or I can set you up with a due date, whatever works best for you.
Judge, is there any note in the file that he's already paid some money? He believes he posted money on this case already for
Not on
something.
this file. We can probably put him in the computer and find out that there were some companion cases.
I never
Yeah,
had
there was a
nothing else in
speeding-
Romulus.
There was a speeding ticket that was issued the same time this one was. You probably paid the speeding ticket.
Okay,
Because I don't have it. If you hadn't paid the speeding ticket, they'd probably have that file in front of me right now too.
that sounds accurate.
Okay,
Speeding
Oh.
has been paid and closed out, Judge.
thank you. Due date or payment plan, Mr. McLeod, what works best for you?
Payment plan.
How much, how often, and when can you start them?
Every 2 weeks, I can start this Friday with $50.
All right, and you're gonna do it online and pay the extra vendor fees?
Huh? I'm sorry?
I said, are you gonna pay that online or are you gonna pay it in person tomorrow?
Online. How
All
can
right,
I
understand that when you pay
Online.
online, there is an additional fee because there's a third-party vendor that processes the payment.
No, I do not understand it. I will come into the courthouse.
All right, can you still do it between now and tomorrow at 2 p.m.?
Correct.
Okay,
Nice.
you're all set then. Good luck.
Thank you. Have a great day.
I'll give you $50 today. And just
Dan, I probably should have warned you that mom was pretty heavily involved.
He is her home health care provider.
Yeah, bring Art in.
Remember that gentleman he put in jail for 2 days? Told him to come up here and answer his first question.
Sorry, Judge, I muted you while Art was in there.
It's all right. Inch for cess, Mr. Manugian.
Shut up, Your Honor.
You look different without the fur.
Yeah, it's it's a different look. I also
right, did
cut
you-
my hair. I don't know if you noticed.
Oh, yes, you did. Did you get hold of your client?
I did get a hold of my client, Your Honor. Is Mr. Foley the prosecutor on this?
He
matter?
is.
Might I have a breakout room with him?
Sure.
Thank you.
Paula?
Sorry, Dan.
That's okay. I know you're just trying to get rid of me or something, Paula.
No, not you. There are those I would, but I won't name names.
I could probably guess.
Counsel, Brian Oakley calling from the 34th District Court. I've got William White in my waiting room, and I'm just waiting for you so I can dismiss that file.
All right, I'm logging in right now, Judge.
Awesome.
Thank you. I'll log right in.
You're welcome. Paula, by my count, Titan's the last one we got to deal with other than dismissing White.
Yeah, I don't see anything else on the docket for me either, Judge.
No, we're good. You can take off.
If somebody shows up, you can just text me or something.
Will do. Thanks, Dan.
Thanks, Judge.
Thank
Thanks,
you,
Paula.
Dan.
Take care. Mr. Foley, take care.
All right, we'll see you, Daniel.
All right, gentlemen, what are we going to do on Titan?
Your Honor, we've agreed to dismiss the registration plate violation. The overweight will be $4,700 straight.
Your Honor, that is a correct recitation.
Even money. All right, and Mr. Manugian, you have corporate authority to enter this plea, correct?
I do, Your Honor.
All right, and 30 days to pay, what do you need?
Your Honor, can I ask you, this is going to be a little bit unusual. They just, this was the last ticket of a run of tickets that got delayed and delayed and delayed because of COVID.
Sure.
There has, obviously, with all of the fines associated with those, they're having a little bit of cash flow.
You want to set them up with some kind of regular payments?
Yeah, so they're currently on a payment plan already.
With us?
On those other ones. Could they have 90 days to pay this one?
Are they on a payment plan with us?
Yes.
We'll just add this to that payment plan.
Okay.
That work?
That works for me.
All right, I'll make that note. All right, thank you, counsel. Be well.
Thank you, Your Honor. You as well.
Thanks, Max. See ya.
And Kevin, I think that's it for us. I just
We
Mr.
got
White.
Kristen. Yeah, we've got his attorney in the waiting
Yep.
room too. I'm
Yep.
bringing him in now.
Just that's the dismissal on White, Kevin.
That's correct.
And other than that, we just got a bunch of no-shows.
Perfect.
Counsel, your appearance for Mr. White.
Good morning, Your Honor. Christopher Shemke, appearing on behalf of Mr. White.
Good morning. I've been informed by the prosecutor that this matter is going to be dismissed unless there's any objections by the defense.
No objection from the defense, Judge.
All right, case dismissed, Mr. White.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Gentlemen, enjoy your day.
You as well.
Thank you. Kevin, we're all set.
Have a great holiday, Judge. Stay safe. Paula, you the same?
Thank you. You too.
You. Are you or Caitlin going to do this afternoon?
I believe that would be Caitlin.
Okay. For that mess, huh? Okay. Thank you, Kevin.
Her thumbprint's on that one. See you, Paula. Stay good. Hey, how's the grandbaby?
Oh, I'm going to be grandma again, too. They're having a little girl this time. Oh, my God. He is just my baby. I'm not kidding. I love that little guy.
But now he's going to have to share you with a sister?
Well, yeah, but trust me, I have enough love for 40 of them.
Oh, that's wonderful.
All right. We'll
Right,
talk
stay
to you
well.
later, Kevin. It was good to see you again.
Bye.
ask you, ready to sign your advice of rights, that's the form I gave you, you filled out earlier. Okay.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Video arraignments for the Township of Van Buren Courts now in session. Can I speak to Adam Sirota?
Yes, Your Honor. Here, Mr. Sirota.
How do you say your last name?
Sirota.
All right, Mr. Sirota, I've got two files you need to be arraigned on. I've got a misdemeanor charge of domestic violence for November 19, 2020. Carries a possible penalty of up to 93 days in jail, up to $500 fines, plus court costs. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. I'm gonna enter a not guilty plea for you and set you up with a pretrial date for January 28th at 9:20 in the morning.
Okay.
The nice officer that's with you is going to give you a written notice to that effect. You'll want to hang on to that. Our case number on the misdemeanor is 20-1700.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Schroeder, are you working?
Yes, sir.
Where at?
Polo Fields of Ann Arbor.
What's that? What kind of business is that?
It's a country club and a golf course.
All right, are you working this time of year?
Yeah, I work building maintenance
Okay, how long you been with the company?
since May of last year.
All right. All right, I understand the complainant in this matter is your father?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, and the address at 47624, is that Dad's house?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. If I order that you have no contact with your father, is that going to create any problems for you?
No, Your Honor. I just need to go there and pick up a few things in my car.
You can make arrangements with the police department for what we call a civil standby, so they can arrange to go with you to make sure there are no problems while you pick up some personal property. Understood?
Understood.
All right, so on that file, I'm going to put you on a personal bond. Two conditions, well, three conditions. Don't return to that address other than with a civil standby. No contact with your father, no phone calls, no letters. Don't send him a Christmas card. You see him at Burger King, you're eating Taco Bell, don't have your friends check on him. He calls you and suggests you meet for coffee and talk about your differences. Dad can't change this order, only myself or another judge in the building. Third condition is cooperate with the January 28th court date. In other words, show up on Zoom so we can actually get some business taken care of. Do you understand all those terms?
Yes, Your Honor.
Raise your right hand for me, please. Mr. Sirota, do you swear or affirm and acknowledge the debt payable to the court amount of $1,000 if you violate bond on that file?
Yes, Your Honor.
You can put your hand down, sir. All right, the other file I've got is a felony complaint. Shows that the date of the offense was December 16, 2020. Place of the offense 47624 West Turner Drive. This upon the complaint of John Sirota, Officer Daniel, and Officer Svabec. Count one says you did assault, batter, wound, resist, obstruct, oppose, or endanger Officer Svabec and or Daniels, police officers of Van Buren Township that you knew or had reason to know were performing their duties contrary to Michigan compiled laws. This is a felony, carries a possible penalty of up to 2 years and or $2,000 fines plus court cost. Count two is a domestic violence misdemeanor. Complainant or victim is John Sirota. That one is a misdemeanor, up to 93 days in jail, up to $500 fines plus court cost. Do you understand the charges on this file?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, I'm going to enter a not guilty plea for you. I've signed documentation so that there will be an attorney here to represent you for the felony matter. On your court date, we're going to schedule that court date for a probable cause conference December 30th at 9:30 in the morning. Once again, the officer will give you a written notice for this court date. Case number on the felony matter 20-1701.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. Mr. Sirota, I'm going to put you on a personal bond on this file. Same conditions. No contact with your dad. No contact with that address on here River Drive other than a civil standby. Understood?
Understood.
Raise your right hand one more time for me. Do you swear or affirm and acknowledge the debt payable to the court amount of $5,000 if you violate bond on the felony file?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you have any questions about anything we've done, sir?
Just on the bond, like Do I have to pay that right now?
You just gave me a promise that you're gonna comply by my rules, and if you don't comply by my rules, then you're going to jail and you're gonna have to post money to get out.
Yes, sir.
Understood?
Understood.
Any questions?
No, Your Honor.
Good luck.
Thank you, sir.
officer. Stay safe.
Thanks, sir. Thank you. You too.
Thank you.
And God, it's been so long, I forgot how to turn the volume up on this. I don't know if it's this one or this one. I guess we'll find out. It's this one. Whenever you're ready, if you just holler, I'm gonna try to disposition a few more of these files. Jamie? Okay, thank you, dear. Two of the defendants are in there
Yep.
already. Do you want me to make you post, Judge? Because I'm going to be in there recording.
Sure.
Okay.
Is it supposed to be Caitlin or Kevin today?
It's gonna be Caitlin.
Thank you.
I asked him this morning and he said, nope, she's got her thumb on it, so she's doing it.
Good afternoon, Mr. Duncan.
Hello, Judge. How you doing?
Good. Just waiting for the prosecutor.
All right.
We've got Mr. Pachalski in the waiting room.
Okay.
Did you file anything on this motion, Mr. Duncan?
Yes, I filed it. I faxed it over to Heather, and Heather told me she got it. It was a couple weeks ago, and Mr. Young
I
got it
had
because I
nothing
know.
in the file.
Yeah, Heather had it. I talked to her. She said she did.
Yeah, and she's not here today.
Okay, it's the same. What we were, Judge, if I may, this is, it's the same motion that Mr. Mays filed because it's the
Okay.
same data master, same police department.
Right. Right.
So I was going to basically let Mr. Mays make the argument.
No, that's fine with me. Mr. Mays, you can hear us? You're muted. This doesn't really have to be recorded.
I had unmuted it and somehow I became muted again.
All right. So, question for you, Mr. Mays. You got two files up today.
I do.
The Tromley matter, I just saw the paperwork today. It was buried in my very, very large stack of Huron misdemeanor files.
Okay.
So I'm assuming your legal arguments are the same in both your files. Is there anything factually different in the two files?
Ms. Trombley's is just a couple of days before the data masters were taken out of service, whereas Mr. Dickeroff's is in October.
Okay, all right. So, I mean, the fact that I haven't had a chance to read that stack of documents probably isn't going to change anything.
It's
okay.
identical
All
as
right.
our motions.
And I see our prosecutors with us. So I've got Pulcharski and Dickeroff and Tromley in the waiting room. So I'm going to bring them all in.
Sure.
Thank you, Judge. Hello, William.
Hey, Murray.
I'm just gonna make it run down.
Yeah, that's fine.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Trombley's connected. Mr. Pachalski, you're connected?
Yes, sir. Yes, Your Honor.
Awesome. And Mr. Dickeroff just came in, got connected.
Yes, sir.
All right, attorneys, how about appearances?
Judge, are you recording?
Not if you are.
I'm not the host anymore. I can't tell.
It's still recording. Yeah, it's still recording.
Because
I thought that's what you had your record out here going for.
well, this is just for both.
Yeah, it's on, it's recording.
Okay, thank you.
Appearances, please.
Hello, Your Honor. Murray Duncan appearing on behalf of the defendant, Bradley Pachowski.
And good afternoon, Your Honor. William Mays on behalf of Ms. Trombley and Mr. Dickeroff.
Your Honor, Caitlin Foley Carter on behalf of the people of Huron Township.
All right, good afternoon, all. Hold on just a minute.
I gave you the wrong one. That's the official one. Half down, and he says he needs to launch right away. Because of the weather. And Shannon says we're good for the half check.
Do it. Yep.
That's the gate.
Yep. Fill me in later about that molding. Okay. All right, I'm ready to go.
Judge, I thought Rob Young was going to be here.
He should be.
Yeah. I talked to him yesterday and he said
He tried to call me at 1 o'clock while I was doing an arraignment, but he did not leave a message.
All right. I believe the Huron Township prosecutor is making the argument based on what Mr. Young told me, though.
Your Honor, it was my understanding that we were picking witnesses today.
Picking witnesses?
That's correct, Your Honor. Maybe I can help move this along. We filed our motion to suppress the data masters in these two respective cases. The Huron Township prosecutors filed a response to that. I'm prepared to argue preliminarily that her response brief is not correct legally speaking, but this was scheduled with Paula and coordinated to be a preliminary hearing to select witnesses so that we could talk about the issues. But the prosecutor's response seems to indicate that no evidentiary hearing is required. But I agree with her that an evidentiary hearing is required. There's a massive amount of information that the prosecutor needs to turn over to the defense relative to this case. And if she intends to call Mark Fondren from the Michigan State Police to argue, then there's even more information that needs to be disclosed.
All right, well, this is the first time
I'll let her speak for herself.
And I'm a little bit confused as to why do you need me to determine who your witnesses are?
This was just so that we could discuss because this will take a long time. There's going to have to be experts for the prosecution as well as experts for the defense. I was going to propose that we do those on different days. But I don't want to speak for the prosecutor. I'll let her.
That ain't going to happen. I'm going to give you 1 day at most, 1 day and 1 day only.
Okay.
So, and once again, I don't understand why I'm involved with you determining who your witnesses are. Generally, the way it happens is you contact the court, let us know how many witnesses you got, and I'll set scheduling.
Okay.
So do you need my input to determine how many bodies you need?
No, Judge. No, what I need is
Okay.
disclosure of this information from the prosecutor because all I have is her motion response. I don't have any of the discovery.
All right, so you need some discovery before you can make a determination of how many defense witnesses you need.
I generally know who my witnesses are going to be, but I need that information to provide to my experts.
All right, well, then that gets me right back to my original statement is why am I having a conversation about witnesses? Tell me how many witnesses you've got, Mr. Mays. Ms. Foley Carter, tell me how many witnesses she's got, and then I can figure out scheduling. And then in the meantime, if I have to hear a motion about discovery because you guys can't play well together, then I'll get involved in that.
Sure. I have
so
at
how
least,
many bodies? Go ahead.
I have at least
How many
one
bodies?
expert, but that is in response after the prosecution presents hers.
Correct. All right. Ms. Foley Carter, how many witnesses?
3 per person, Your Honor.
So it's a different set of 3 for the 2 files?
The
Or the 3
OIC,
files?
the OIC will be different.
All right. So total, how many bodies you got?
3.
All right. So we got 4 witnesses total.
Correct.
Okay, so let's talk about discovery. Do you not think Mr. Mays is entitled to some of the stuff he's asking for? Or you just literally haven't had a chance to get it to him?
I do not even know what he's asked for, Your Honor.
Oh, well, that's easy. Mr. Mays, what do you want that you don't have?
Yeah, Judge. Well, as indicated in my motion, Attorney Dave Rudoy submitted a FOIA request several months ago. It took the Michigan State Police a few months to compile that. I think he spent a total of almost $2,000 to get that information. There's been a number of evidentiary hearings regarding this particular issue. Traverse City, Oakland, 2 in Oakland County, 1 over in Washtenaw County. Every time that an evidentiary hearing takes place, the defense bar finds out that there's more information that has not been disclosed by the Michigan State Police. At the last hearing that I sat in on, there were a number of text messages that Mr. Fondren had shared with other people involving this issue. And I mean, it's just, there's a massive amount of information. If the prosecutor is not talking to Mr. Fondren or isn't coordinating with the Michigan State Police to be able to address this issue, then that's where the problem is. I do have a lot of information in my office, of course, that I've collected from different cases, but I need to know what the prosecutor is going to present in this case. And if she doesn't intend to present that information or have anybody substitute for the 120-day information that's absent. And Judge, I'll note from a preliminary review of the prosecutor's motion, I don't even think that she's aware that Huron Township is one of the jurisdictions that was looked at by the Michigan State Police regarding some of the failures of the 120-day certifications. I printed out what I had received from Huron Township, which is a log showing that the data master was purportedly working correctly, and a ticket that indicates it's handwritten by the records clerk down in Huron Township, 120-day check. That is signed by Andrew Clark. It doesn't indicate any problems. On the log book that's kept at the police department, it indicates this 120-day check was done, and it indicates no problems. And yet there was a problem. There was a problem with Mr. Clark's performance of that 120-day certification. He didn't do the test correctly. And it doesn't appear to me that the Huron Township prosecutor is even aware of this or that it's contained in these Michigan State Police documents. I can't.
Hold on just a minute, because I think I know what Ms. Fuller Clark's going to say, but go ahead.
Your Honor, I cannot disclose any discovery that I don't have, first off. And as I understand, the discovery is reciprocal. So anything that defense counsel has, I should also have, which I did not receive. But it's my understanding that if you read my brief, then you know that I intend to use our weekly officer to certify that our records were in working order and reliable.
And that's not the issue, Judge. She's trying to avoid the issue by pointing to weekly simulator tests, which is not the issue at all. There's no scandal with weekly simulator tests.
Mr. Mays,
and that's not why the Michigan State Police took every single data master out of service almost 12 months ago.
You have not identified a problem with our data master at all in your brief. In your motion.
And I think that's one of the issues we've got is, from my understanding of the way this whole thing went down, is the state police knew they had a potential problem, so they yanked all the data masters. But unless there's some specific showing that the Huron Township data master is problematic, you've just got a lot of maybe.
No, Judge. This is under Krulikowski. This is a foundational issue. The prosecutor needs to establish that the machine was in proper working order. That's one of the foundations for the admissibility of it. In order to prove that the test was relevant and reliable, she needs to meet those foundational factors under Krulikowski. She's indicating in her motion response that these are business records and that the witnesses are so reliable, so inherently reliable, that the records themselves should just simply be admissible under the business records exception to the hearsay rule. And that's simply not true. The problem with that argument is we know that this witness is not credible at all. This witness is being charged with felonies. Actually, Mr. Clark's case, the other person from Intoximeters was just sentenced to 9 months in jail as a result of his engagement in the fraud. Now, Mr. Clark's case was dismissed, I believe, last week on jurisdictional grounds. But we have every reason to believe that he's still under investigation, that they're going to bring these charges anew in a different jurisdiction. That said, Judge, I mean, 9 months is what the other fella got for his involvement in the scandal. The problem is that when you look to the business records exception that the prosecutor intends to rely upon, that exception does not apply when you've got a person that's engaged in malfeasance and misfeasance. And I've got a case on that. Solomon versus Schul, 435 Mich 104, 1990, quote, the circumstantial probability of trustworthiness arose from the fact that under certain circumstances, the trustworthiness of the source of information and the accuracy of a recording is sufficiently great to be the equivalent of a statement given under the ideal conditions of oath, cross-examination, and in the presence of the trier of fact, citing 5 Wigmore on the rules of evidence. It is under the circumstantial probability of trustworthiness principle, and to a lesser extent, the necessity principle, that the traditional common law business records exception was premised. Specifically, the circumstantial probability of trustworthiness of traditional business records is sufficiently great to justify an exception to the hearsay rule because of the habit, the detection of errors, and an employer's reliance on the result. Habit or the regular and systematic preservation of information by its very nature calls for accuracy. Consequently, errors or unintentional misstatements are almost certain to be detected. Furthermore, if the employee is preparing the record, is under a duty to do so, or is aware of the employer's general reliance on the accuracy of the records, a powerful motivation to be accurate is supplied. None of these factors are present in the immediate case where actual fraud has been uncovered by the quote unquote employer, and there was powerful motivation to be accurate that Mr. Clark completely ignored because he's being criminally prosecuted. The prosecutor also relies upon a recent Court of Appeals decision, vote not, that indicates that the right of confrontation doesn't apply to this 120-day person. But in that very decision, they talk at length about Mr. Geyer's reliability. We obviously don't have Mr. Geyer's reliability. He's the person that used to perform 120-day certifications and is instead replaced by Mr. Clark, who's being criminally prosecuted. That decision is also on appeal to the Michigan Supreme Court at this time. So all told, Judge, the prosecutor under Tippold is required to establish the 120-day certifications were done. And maybe I should back up. In my brief, I've tried to explain the importance of the 120-day calibrations and certifications.
Let me
and
stop
what it
you.
all entails.
Let me stop you.
Yes.
So far, I hear a bunch of legal arguments. I don't see any need for a witness. So what witness is going to help me determine whether or not the prosecutor's got a duty to get past that 120 days?
Currently, right now, Judge, what Mr. Fondren is trying to do is he's going through the electronic evidence that's available in these data masters. He's going through it line by line to ascertain whether or not the machine might have been working properly on a particular day. And what he's found while doing this review, for example, in Traverse City, he found that there were entries being made by other officers with using passwords to take an out-of-service device and placing it back into service. As a result of that, as recently as just December 11th, 2020, just a few days ago, the Traverse City prosecutors had to send out a Brady letter to the defense bar indicating that on specific dates, they've uncovered these data master problems in their jurisdiction that were resulting from the misuse of passwords. Now, Mr. Fondren's attempts to establish the relevance and reliability of a particular breath test, I mean, what he's doing is he's breaking down that electronic evidence, and we're finding more errors on top of that. Now, Judge, the reason why the 120-day is so important is because it actually calibrates the device. It checks the simulation of the device. It also checks to make sure that other areas of the device are working, such as the RFI detector. and the barometric pressure. This is the essential way that the machine works, and that's what the 120-day is for. The weekly simulator logs don't establish that. The weekly simulator logs simply establish whether or not there has been drift. The local officers from Huron Township, by looking at the simulator logs, their weekly simulator logs, cannot tell us if the machine was working properly on any of those days. They're simply running a dry gas simulator. So they're going to look at this dry gas simulator, which can absolutely fool them into believing that the machine was working properly on that date, because the 120-day guy, Mr. Clark, did not do his job properly or allowed an out-of-service device to be placed back into service without correcting the deficiencies, which is part of the problem of what happened in Huron Township, was that the testing was not done correctly by Mr. Clark, and it wasn't noted anywhere on these logs. The Huron Township officers would have no idea that this actually happened.
Let me back you up, Mr. Mays. How do we know that Mr. Clark did not properly do the testing on the Huron Township instrument?
That is included in a Michigan State Police report dated June 4th, 2020. It's in a spreadsheet that was provided in connection with that report, indicating all the problems that they found involving these two intoximeter people, and just going through some of these things.
Well, just hold on. Let me ask you a specific question. Does that report cover individual data master instruments?
It does.
Okay, and the Huron Township instrument is specifically covered in the report?
It is.
Okay, go ahead.
So some of the errors that were committed by these two. No documentation.
No. Oh, hold on. I don't care what they did in
Okay, that's fine.
Addison, Michigan. I just want to know what's been determined by the state police as it applies to the machine or the instrument that's a subject of these cases.
Understood, Judge. That's the problem, though. Without access to the electronic data, I can't look at that. All that I can do is look at what the Michigan State Police are willing to tell me. They haven't gone through, and I know that Mr. Fondren has not been called down to Huron Township to actually review this particular device or to review the individual logs. This is just what the Michigan State Police found in their cursory review. They found that Huron Township was out of compliance.
Right. Yeah, but what they found, specifically, what did they find, Michigan State Police find as to the Huron device?
Yeah. They found that Mr. Clark did not properly do a wet bath simulator that was outside the specified range, and he did no additional testing.
Okay, so what you're telling me, if I understand correctly, is Fondren is actually going instrument by instrument and opening them up and finding out what's going on in individual instruments, but he has not been to Huron Township to address their specific instrument.
He's actually receiving this. He's actually receiving this electronic information remotely and going through the actual.
Okay. All right,
code.
and is that something that the state police have set up, so he's going to eventually get to all of them? Or does he have to be invited in by Huron Township because that instrument's in their possession?
He needs to be invited in.
Okay, all right. And is there any thought of doing that? If you know, Ms. Foley Carter?
I'm not familiar with that. I know Sergeant York from MSP went to the department and certified that our data master was in working order and got it back online after it was taken offline. And that's as far as I know that was required.
That's interesting that she should mention that too, Judge, because I pulled the January 2020 logs. And looking at the January 2020 logs from Huron Township, it doesn't even indicate that it was ever taken out of service. And we know that it was taken out of service.
Is Sergeant York the new Mr. Clark doing the testing?
No, Your Honor. He was just required to go department by department to get these machines back online.
Without doing the 120-day testing?
It was as if it was a new machine.
Okay. Okay. So I'm going back to my original question, Mr. Mays. What's your expert going to tell me? Going to help me with the facts. What's your expert going to tell me?
He needs access to
Just
the
broad
data.
strokes.
No, he needs access to the data before he'll come to an opinion. In the Traverse City case, it wasn't until this information was disclosed to the defense that he found all the problems, the accessibility through passwords and whatnot else that couldn't have been done by Mr. Clark or the other one because they weren't there.
Ms. Foley Carter, do you have control over that information to share even if we want to?
I don't believe so, Your Honor.
Huron Township Police Department has exclusive control over this.
Okay. All right. Well, then here, I'm still confused, Mr. Mays. It sounds to me like we can have a discussion about everything you're talking about. I mean, if I buy your arguments, I don't need to hear a witness. Am I right?
No, I disagree.
Because what I'm hearing from you is because the 120-day testing wasn't done,
yeah,
there is no reliability to the instrument, and everything should be thrown out during that time period.
If that's your position,
I mean, isn't
yes,
that your
I agree.
argument?
It is.
Okay. So why don't we have our motion, and then as things develop, if we need to take testimony from witnesses, we'll do that.
Okay.
Because to me, I'm hearing a lot of legal arguments here, and I don't see a factual witness helping me out with that.
Sure.
Ms. Foley Carter?
That's fine, Your Honor.
All right. Let the games begin.
Very good, Judge. So, on January 10th, actually, Judge, I take that back. I told you earlier that Ms. Trombley's test was done shortly before the problem was found, and it wasn't. It was actually found 2 days after the problem. Now, Mr. Dickeroff was arrested in October of 2019 and tested on the Huron Township Data Master. Ms. Trombley was arrested on January 12, 2020. That's an important date because on January 10th, the Michigan State Police announced that was when the agency said they were taking over the data master testing statewide. They sent out a letter to all the prosecutors' offices saying this letter is to notify you that a stop order on the current vendor's contract was issued January 7th, 2020 due to performance-related issues. Now, I should note, Judge, what we have found is that the Michigan State Police knew about this problem for almost a year, maybe even longer, before they actually reported it to the prosecutors and subsequently the defense bar. On January 13, mere hours after Ms. Trombley had provided her breath test, the Michigan State Police took all 203 data masters out of service across the state because they knew of explicit fraud, malfeasance committed by two of the intoximeter people, and they suspected more. They suspected that the 120-day tests and the various things that are done under those 120-day tests had not been performed at all in some cases, were being performed incorrectly in many cases, and that they had released the passwords to individual police officers who were not authorized to have these passwords, and that these officers were then taking out-of-service devices that were known to be faulty, known not to be working properly, and putting them back into service. On January 16th, 2020, the Michigan State Police announced that they had opened a criminal investigation. Now, I can't emphasize enough the magnitude of the scandal. There's been testimony up in Lansing before the Senate from the Michigan State Police addressing this issue. It's been widely covered by all the major news outlets, and the public generally understands at this point there was a major problem with breath testing. Now, if we go back to when Sergeant Perry Curtis was involved in the Data Master, the implementation of the Data Master DMT, which is the newer Data Master as opposed to the back Data Master that it replaced. Sergeant Perry Curtis explicitly ordered this device to be produced then by the manufacturer out of Ohio, National Patent Analytics Systems, and intentionally disabled the memory function. He also intentionally disabled the breath profile screen, which would provide us with what the breathing patterns for the subject were, and also disabled Some of the other, I'm sorry, I'm losing track here. The breath profile. Oh, and the breath pattern, which shows us how the person was blowing, and an alcohol graph that correlates to that to show us at what point they were blowing a specific number. The only reason for disabling this was because it provided access to valuable information to the defense. The Huron Township prosecutor has not responded to any of these allegations, simply saying that no response is required. These are facts that I can establish through my expert. And I mean, if we need to subpoena Sergeant Perry Curtis to answer to why he had these things disabled. But the bottom line is that we have what is essentially a great new breath testing device that was largely disabled and crippled by Sergeant Perry Curtis. Sergeant Perry Curtis then retired, and Datamaster was sold to a different company, which Intoximeters. Intoximeters assumed the contract that National Patent Analytics Systems had maintained for almost 20 years, maybe even longer, whereby they had provided the 120-day maintenance to the Datamaster through their various representatives across the state. Intoximeters took over that part of the contract and provided their own, basically our class 4 operators, but through the private company, to maintain these devices. They're required under the administrative rules to go through every 120 days and to do a variety of functions, including several different wet bath simulators, an RFI check, and now with the new dry gas simulators, they're required to check the barometric pressure, because what we don't understand about the Datamaster's general public is that these devices have to be calibrated based upon their altitude and barometric pressure. Now, there is a dry gas simulator which has replaced the wet bath simulators that police officers used to use 10, 15 years ago. A wet bath simulator actually checks to see, based upon an external source, if the machine is reading in compliance with what we expect it to. And the court might recall on a few occasions, we've seen problems with wet bath simulators where crazy numbers are being provided when the officer blows into what's known to be an 08 or a 10 standard at the time, having the device blow 17s and 18s, and no reason why they take the device out of service, because we know that in that wet bath simulator, it's an 08 solution or a 0.10 solution. By replacing this with dry gas simulators, the officers are no longer required to do these weekly simulator tests. We no longer know that we have this external standard of a 0.08 solution or a 0.10 solution. Instead, there's simply a tank that's attached to the Datamaster DMT that internally tells us whether or not it's working properly. Unfortunately, with the 120-day operators, we don't know if it's working properly. All that we know is that it's working in conformity with what we expect it to see, but we don't know if that's actually accurate because it's all one integral unit. Thus, on the Huron Township Datamaster logs, we see that Andrew Clark did not perform a test correctly. There's no notations on Huron Township logs, as I indicated earlier. Eventually,
let me stop you there, Mr. Mays. Hold on,
Yes.
let me stop you there.
Yes.
How do we know from the log that Mr. Clark did not perform the test correctly? I'm sure it doesn't say such and such a date, Clark there did the test improperly.
No, it actually says that he did it properly under his own signature.
So how do we know that he did it incorrectly on that date, on that instrument?
I do not know. I don't know.
Okay,
Michigan State Police uncovered this, and it's just a notation in their logs. No further explanation.
Yeah, does the state police say that that particular test by Clark on that particular Huron Township instrument was faulty?
Yeah, they do.
Okay,
and
go
they
ahead.
did no further testing, but they don't offer any explanation as to how they found it. I should probably note, Judge, that this report, now there's a problem with this report, so I don't want the court to adopt this report as if it's gospel. Mr. Fondren, I'm sorry, I lost it. Somewhere in my stack of documents here. Here we go. Mr. Fondren is now the person who's taken over as a a somewhat different position from Sergeant Perry Curtis. He was brought in as the technical director for breath testing, which is slightly different from what Sergeant Perry Curtis, what his title was and what his job function was back when he was employed by the Michigan State Police. But Mr. Fondren came onto the scene, and after he was aware of this problem for an extended period of time, and after the Michigan State Police had taken all 203 data masters out of service, he composed a team. Now, I should mention Mr. Fondren, his roots are down in Texas, where he was involved in breath testing down in Texas. He was brought on to improve the Michigan Data Master program because I hate to quote Sergeant Perry Curtis. This was a conversation between him and me many years ago. He said, William, this entire program is held together with rubber bands, and sooner or later, one of them is going to break. And he retired. Mr. Fondren was brought in, and he will acknowledge that he was brought in to fix and bring up to task the Michigan Data Master program. Now, after the scandal, of course, this is just horrific for him. He places together a team to investigate what the various problems with the Data Master were. It consists of Randall Beatty from the Texas Department of Public Safety, Mark Cowan, Texas Department of Public Safety, Robert Sears, South Carolina Law Enforcement Division. This is the team that he compiled to look at the Michigan Data Master. In other words, he has roots with these people. He has ties to these people. He brought these people in. They're very friendly to Mr. Fondren. But despite that, they found that there were missing technician signatures, limited or no documentation supporting the need for a calibration, incorrect lot numbers for dry gas simulators, improper forensic corrections, wet bath simulator solutions results outside of the approved tolerances, missing records regarding diagnostic records checks and radio frequency interference checks, instrument location with blank or handwritten notes that should not be handwritten. Significant errors were noted in the accuracy check with no corrective action taken. For example, the filter wheel error or an interference detected or a standard out of range. And instruments were removed or returned to service with no supporting documentation. They also found, as part of their review, Judge, that there were large barometric pressure changes over a matter of minutes during a 120-day certification inspection conducted at testing facilities. There were changes in the location descriptions by the 120-day inspectors. Electronic records in the XML file format retrieved from instruments conclusively identifying tests conducted on different instruments. And alteration of original test reports that were actually submitted by these individuals to the Michigan State Police as evidence that they had done the tests. In one case, they literally cut, copied, and pasted some paper out and pasted it over Data Master tickets to make it look like they had done this test. So Mr. Fondren is now faced with a real problem, Judge, at this point back in January. And lo and behold, as I indicated, these people, these folks that he had selected, went to the XML files, which are the electronic records that Sergeant Perry Curtis had told National Patent Analytics Systems to disable years ago. Now, you can't tell a whole lot from these raw data files, but you can tell when, like, for example, an RFI detection simulator is run on the machine. And so he's gone through these records to try and pick out every time an RFI test was run on the device, because the local officers don't have the ability to do that. And by highlighting those, he's then able to determine whether or not Mr. Clark actually performed the tests on the dates that he claims that he had done them. In many instances, he had not done the tests on the dates that he had claimed he had done them. The problem, though, Judge, is that the 120-day testing is all, like I said earlier, designed to ensure that the machine isn't just working correctly, but is working at all, and isn't producing wildly erroneous results. This is the person that the prosecutor needs in order to be able to establish whether or not the device was working at all and working properly.
Let me stop you there.
Yes.
Let me stop you there, because that's kind of the crux, one of the crux main points that you're hanging your hat on, correct?
Yes.
Okay, I want to give Madam Prosecutor a chance to respond to that.
To what, Your Honor? To the 120 day?
Yeah, the importance of
Again,
that testing to set the basis.
Your Honor, I don't believe it's a foundational problem, like defendant said. Defense has failed to enunciate a single problem that occurred with the two cases in front of us. Even if there were some sort of perceived problem, say with the 120-day test, it goes to the weight, not the admissibility of the evidence.
Respond to that, Mr. Mays. Why is it not a weight question rather than admissibility?
Sure. The thing is, Judge, this weight versus admissibility issue has been brought up so many times. You know that. When there is a technical error, like under Rexford or Wojciechowski, that's something that obviously does not require suppression. In Wojciechowski, there were two officers in the room. The defense attorney filed a motion saying this officer did not properly observe Mr. Wojciechowski for 15 continuous minutes.
Mr. Mays, stop you. Yeah. Hold on. Sorry.
No problem.
Al just got a call from Ron Young. He's in the room waiting because nobody's come in.
Oh, yeah, he is.
Okay. All right.
I'm bringing Mr. Young in.
Okay.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Mays.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. In Wojciechowski, the defense attorney filed a motion indicating that the officer had not properly observed Mr. Wojciechowski for 15 continuous minutes in violation of the administrative rule. What the defense attorney failed to mention was that there was another officer watching Mr. Wojciechowski, and the time that the officer did not observe Mr. Wojciechowski is when the officer turned his back to look at the clock on the wall to ensure that 15 minutes had passed. So it was during those mere seconds that the defense attorney filed this motion indicating he didn't observe Mr. Wojciechowski for 15 uninterrupted minutes. And the Court of Appeals, of course, drew out the facts and said there was another officer there. He only turned his back for a moment to check the clock. That is a technical violation of the administrative rules. In Rexford, the same defense attorney filed a motion indicating that Mr. Rexford's breath test should be thrown out because the officers had not performed the weekly wet bath simulator tests that we had talked about earlier. What he failed to mention is that those tests had not been done, that they had missed a week or two, 3 or 4 months before Mr. Rexford test was actually done. And the Court of Appeal said, well, maybe it would apply to somebody during that time frame, but certainly not to Mr. Rexford case, where the tests were all being done in compliance at that time. Now, interestingly enough, Judge, the prosecutor here in Huron Township has relied upon an unpublished case from the Michigan Court of Appeals, City of Plymouth versus Kanka, K-A-N-K-A, which she's attached a copy of to her motion response. And in that one, she indicates that the holding of this case supports the idea that this is merely a technical violation, that we have these two individuals charged with multiple counts of fraud. In that case, as the prosecutor cites it, the testing instrument, the data master, had not been verified for 11 of the 33 weeks preceding Mr. Kanka's breath test. Okay, but then you read on to the next paragraph, because the prosecutor didn't even contest this. Despite these uncontested allegations, defendant offered no evidence that the instrument used to test his breath was inaccurate. Suppression of the test result is only required when the violation of the administrative rules calls into question the accuracy of the test. Here, the instrument was tested on the same day as the defendant was tested, March 5th, 2000, 21 hours later, and proved accurate. The instrument was tested 9 days before defendant's test, as well as for several months before and after defendant's test, including 6 times in February and 4 times in March of 2000, and the results were always within acceptable limits. In other words, there was a technical violation some indefinite time in the past before Mr. Kank had been tested. Now, this is just in regards to the weekly simulator test, though, Judge. The heart of a data master and its accuracy is all about the 120-day checks. And that's the problem. We don't even know if this machine was properly in service or out of service, and we know that the person who was supposedly in charge of this engaged in fraud. He engaged in criminal conduct, he engaged in malfeasance as well as misfeasance regarding his duties. And the prosecutor's only response to that is we should be allowed to introduce these logs through the business records exception. Again, however, the business records exception only applies when the underlying documents are so trustworthy that we can't help but trust the accuracy of those documents. And in that Folknot decision that the prosecutor relies upon, I would specifically refer the court to page 2 of that decision, where it says, in September 2017 and December 2017, Marvin Geyer, the class 4 operator who conducted the 120-day tests on the data master, inspected the particular machine used on defendant, verified its accuracy, and certified that it was in proper working order, which is reflected in the data master logs. There's no issue regarding Mr. Geyer's administration of the 120-day test. And presumably those tests were actually done and done properly by Mr. Geyer. But here we know that Mr. Clark, who replaced Mr. Geyer, he has no trustworthiness, and he's been charged with crimes. So, Judge, let me go back to my argument. In the Tipple decision, the Court of Appeals held a reading of the administrative rules with respect to the administration of breath tests indicates that their purpose is to ensure the accuracy of those tests. Failure to meet any of the foundational requirements will preclude the use of those tests. Although the exclusion of evidence is not necessarily the appropriate remedy for every violation of the administrative rules, when the administrative rules concerning the administration of breath tests has not been complied with, the accuracy of those tests is sufficiently questionable so as to preclude the test from being admitted into evidence. And Judge, I'll go a step further. I think the way that the Michigan courts have treated this since Krulikowski is actually wrong. It's always the burden of the proponent of the evidence to establish relevance and reliability. It's the prosecutor's obligation to establish that the machine in this particular case was working properly on the specific date pertaining to the specific individual defendant that tests on the data master. And if the prosecutor, as the proponent of the evidence, can't do that, the test doesn't come in. So when we argue weight versus admissibility, I'll be the first to agree that there are certainly going to be silly arguments that are raised by silly defense attorneys trying to avoid the admissibility of a data master, and they point to mere technical violations. When we're talking about whether or not a machine is working properly, however, and it's tainted by fraud and malfeasance, then the prosecutor has a problem, because I believe that we should be allowed to cross-examine Mr. Clark at an evidentiary hearing or otherwise to find out what he did. The fact that the Michigan State Police found that there was at least some evidence that Mr. Clark hadn't properly done his job down in Huron Township, and that the Huron Township prosecutor isn't even aware of that, nor the individual officers, that's very problematic. Judge, the confrontation issue, I've outlined it in my motion. I think that this is a real problem when you've got a person that's actively being prosecuted by different prosecutors, and you've got a different prosecutor in the different room saying, but trust this guy, his signature on a document is trustworthy. That's a problem. But that Folknot decision is on appeal to the Michigan Supreme Court from the Court of Appeals decision, which actually did not address the ongoing problem that we've had with the data master DMTs with this fraud issue. They simply looked at Mr. Geyer and said that he's a credible witness. And You know what? I don't have any reason to disagree with the Court of Appeals regarding Mr. Geyer, but I certainly have every reason, so should this court, regarding Mr. Clark.
Has Clark testified anywhere, Mr. Mays?
He has not, Judge. And actually, that was part of the scandal that erupted regarding the disclosure of some of the text messages. First off, Mr. Clark and the other defendant were both actively avoiding subpoenas from the defense bar. And it turned out that Mr. Fondren and others at the Michigan State Police were actively encouraging them to not testify and to avoid service of these subpoenas. And that led to an order that Mr. Fondren and others disclosed their text messages from their cell phones that they were using to communicate on these issues. And it came out that Mr. Fondren had actually been doing this. As a result of that, an officer from the Michigan State Police was reassigned from the breath testing unit, as detailed in my motion, to a different area of the Michigan State Police. So the scandal doesn't even just end with the breath testing scandal from last year. It continues with the problems that have come about with interference, let's say, with the interference by the Michigan State Police on getting full disclosure on what these issues are and full disclosure regarding what the problems with these machines are. So, for example, in Traverse City, Mr. Fondren testified very persuasively that there was absolutely nothing wrong with the breath testing device in Traverse City. And then the defense attorney started cross-examining him with the help of the expert witness that had been going through the XML files. And Mr. Fondren found that he could not justify several entries that he had just basically ignored that showed that the machine had been taken out of service automatically by the device itself and then placed back into service, and he had no explanation as to how that was done, thus generating that December 11th notice from the prosecutors in Traverse City, letting the defense bar know that this is Brady material and we have to disclose this to y'all.
All right. Ms. Foley Carter, response.
Your Honor, again, I did not hear anything regarding ARM machines, particularly in this case, that calls into the question the accuracy of the data master results in either Mr. Dickeroff's case or in Ms. Tromley's case. I know defense counsel likes to talk about Traverse City and malfeasance in Oakland County, but again, he hasn't produced any problems with our data master machine as to these two cases.
So you don't agree with what he's saying, that the state police issued a report and said they found problems with your instrument and the Mr. Clark's testing thereof?
I'm not aware of that, Your Honor.
Okay, anything else?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Mays, Mr. Duncan, Mr. Young, anybody got anything else?
Well, Judge, I would just like to add, if I may, Mr. Mays has a lot of knowledge, obviously, and I was listening. And when this as an elementary point of law, as I'm listening, I'm hearing that these data masters were all taken out of service on January 10th because of problems which included fraud and malfeasance by the people who were supposedly running these 120-day tests. So every one of these machines, including the machines that we're talking about with our clients, were taken out of service. Then I hear Mr. Mays say that there was an indication that there were some problems within Huron Township. It's a major problem, I think, for the prosecutor when they want to introduce technical evidence of a crime, and the person who's in charge of running the most important test on this device is accused of a crime that specifically relates to the operation of that test and includes fraud. And now there's people going to jail. And this isn't, from what I can tell, this isn't speculation. This is a fact. And this is what the state police have said. So for the prosecutor to introduce any test results during this time period with this kind of a background, certainly wouldn't go to the weight of the evidence, because we'd have to have a trial just on this. I would think that the prosecutor would want to come to the position and to the court with sound evidence that the test results that she's trying to prove are accurate, knowing that the background would indicate that there's a high probability that there may be serious problems. Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome. Anyone else?
Judge Robert Young here. Apparently, I apologize to the court for being a little disheveled here. We had a COVID incident that happened, and when I came back to the office, they were fumigating, so I had to grab stuff and run to a different area. I don't have anything in front of me. But when we spoke earlier, I don't know, this month or late last month, it was clear to me that these motions were similar in nature because this involved the Huron Township Police Department. And you know as well as I do and everyone else knows, Sumter Township utilizes that facility for just the matters that we're discussing. And so I received the motion by Mr. Duncan a couple of weeks ago, didn't have time to respond to it, but it was clear to me that the issues presented to the court, argued by Mr. Mays and Ms. Foley, were similar, if not identical, other than dates or names of the defendants. So that's why I'm just joining in the response on behalf of Sumter Township with that which was filed by Ms. Foley. So I don't have it. I'm sorry.
I said thank you.
All right.
Okay. I think as I read through these briefs, one of the things that bothered me the most about this is it seems like the state police have a major problem and then they spend a year trying to hide it instead of fix it. Actually more than a year, I think. And you know, there's already enough distrust in the public about what we do in the system. That's offensive to me. And Ms. Foley, Carter, I don't see any way we can get past the foundational question, which is the 120-day test. You're not going to get anybody to testify on it. You know, there's no way I can see that Clark is going to not show up, even if he shows up and not just claim the fifth. I'm granting the motion on all three files.
Thank you, Judge.
I think the language from Tipple, Mr. Mays, rang pretty loud.
Thank you very much.
Anything by way of clarification for the record, attorney types?
No.
As I understand the court's ruling, the breathalyzer results are suppressed then, is what we're talking about.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And Mr. Young, I've got another item for you that doesn't have anything to do with any of these other folks.
That's accurate.
All right.
Should we log off,
Mr.
Judge?
Young? Yeah, you can log off. Thank you, folks.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Judge.
Mr. Young, I've got a Gilson file, Gregory Bohannes. That was scheduled today for a motion, but I didn't get any paperwork from Mr. Bohannes. Did you?
Well, I got the initial motion that he.
Oh, no, I take that back. He filed, quite a while ago, he filed a motion to suppress, but I didn't get anything from you. But I don't know what happened to him today.
Well, I'll tell you. I spoke to him earlier in the week. I'm making a motion to dismiss without prejudice. He's agreed to that. I can represent to the court that was what our agreement is.
Okay.
There's another matter.
That explains his absence.
Filed. Pardon me?
I said that explains his absence today.
Yeah, I told him there was no reason to attend, and I
Sure.
would represent that to the court. And it will be converted to a with prejudice result at some point in the future when other matters are complied with that we've agreed to.
Okay, and that's going to be a dismissal of both charges, the fail to stop and the drinking and driving.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
I just saw him this morning and I thought, well, he couldn't have just, completely forgotten the afternoon.
No, we agreed to do
All right.
this, and I'm just saving him the time. That's all.
That's fine. No, that's
All right.
fine. No harm, no foul. Yeah, thank you.
All right, I'm going.
Stay safe.
Thank you.